Hey Julie, are you ready? You want me to introduce you? Watch. Okay. Oh. We got plenty of time. I turned it on. That is unmuted. You didn't. Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. We're going to get started here. Just as a reminder, Idea Grove did sponsor this room. They are a PR agency in Dallas. If you can, give them a little shout out on social medias. I'm not a good presenter, so I'm just straight up with you. And it's morning. I hate mornings. We have Julie here, but I did come prepared. Y'all better get ready. She's talking about analytics, which for me is like the most boring thing in the world. But Julie loves it. She's extremely freaking good at it. So give her a big round of applause as she gets started.
Ever saw in GA3, or they were so hard to access in GA3 that it really wasn't worthwhile to pull out these insights to begin with. So today I'm going to cover a number of things. I'm going to cover the GA4 data model. I'm also going to go into audiences, segments, talk about how people are navigating through your website with path explorations and funnels. And then we'll finish it off with acquisition and then measuring engagement, which I think engagement is probably the best part of GA4, even though there are a lot of good parts. But to start off with, in case y'all haven't heard, there is a new version of Google Analytics. And honestly, it feels a little bit like this sometimes, where GA4 is not fully developed, but Google's pushing you down that road. And you're sitting here like, we've got a perfectly good GA3 product. Why can't we just go down that road? And then it also feels a little bit like this, where GA4 gave you this burning house and then says, haha, go deal with it now. But hopefully by the end of this presentation, you won't feel like this. You'll feel equipped to answer the questions about the customer journey because you have watched this presentation. So to start off with, the data model for Google Analytics has changed, okay? This is gonna be your money phrase whenever you're talking to clients, stakeholders, why can't I get this when I got it in GA3? Well, the data model has changed. Or, why is this a little bit different in GA4? Well, the data model has changed. So let's dive into this and what exactly this statement means. Now with GA3, what you had was you had somebody who would visit your website, and all of their website visits were grouped into a session. So you would have page views, maybe you would have some e-commerce actions, but again, all capsulated into the idea of a session. Now, say somebody comes back to your website. Again, whether they have page views or maybe you inputted some custom events with your category, your action, your label, this was still all viewed under the lens of a single session. So this translated to a couple of things in real life. To start off with a very, very few exceptions, all of your reports are going to be session-based, okay? So this is GA3. And if you think about all your GA3 reporting that you've done up to this point, like, it's starting to click. Like acquisition, session-based. Conversion rate, session-based. Landing page reports, session-based. Everything was session-based. Another thing that led to was you couldn't view the customer journey as it pertained to events and page views across multiple sessions for more than one single user at a time. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I have more than one person visiting my website. So this was really unhelpful because I couldn't aggregate the data, which means that I couldn't make it actionable. And then the last thing, this is more of a pet peeve of mine than anything else, but you couldn't mix hit types. And the way that translated for me in real life was I was spending time talking to stakeholders, well, we can't exactly get that metric because then you'd have to mix these hit types or explain to somebody why their customer report wasn't exactly accurate. So just an annoyance, but nevertheless, it was an implication of GA3's data model. Now with GA4, we have a little bit different of a data model. We still have sessions, those aren't going away, but it's a session event. So if somebody visits your website, they have the session event, they have page view events, they have your e-commerce events, your custom events. All of those, though, are not grouped under a single session. They're all individual events. And then with each event, you have parameters attached to it. A great example of this is your page view event. So a parameter could be your page title or your page URL. They're all attributes that are assigned to that one event. Now, I had heard this over the past 2 years as I had become familiarizing myself with GA4, but it didn't really set in as to why it was a big deal that the data model had changed until I started digging into my reports. So to save y'all 2 years of misunderstandings like I had, I'm going to make it very, very flat-footed. In GA3, whenever you view reports, they are automatically grouped by sessions unless you specifically specify it. And with GA4, it's the exact opposite. Nothing at all in your reporting is going to be grouped by sessions unless you specify it. I'm going to go on this point about GA4 about 3 or 4 times to really drive it home. But whenever you pull up your reporting in GA4, remember, not session-based. You're looking at multiple sessions. You're looking at the whole entire customer journey. Okay, so event-based data model. Let's talk about these events a little bit. So to start off with, you've got some automatically collected events. And you already had this in GA3. You had automatically collected page views, maybe your site search event if you configured your Google Analytics properly. And in GA4, you have something similar, automatically collected page views and then site search. But with GA4, you're actually able to collect other events by default as well, such as outbound links, file downloads, and video engagement. And then there is one more event that I'm not necessarily a fan of, but I'll put it out there, scroll tracking. So with scroll tracking, it's a little bit frustrating because you'll have a scroll tracking event fire 90% of the way down the page, not 80, not 100, not 50, not 20, only 90. So it's up to you whether you want to turn on this automatic tracking solution. I myself went for a more custom solution, and that way I could get a little bit more insight, but automatically collected 90% if you want it. Now, you still need custom events. Remember that your data and your insights are only going to be as complex as the tracking that you implement. So I would recommend a number of custom events, and actually Google has a number of recommended events as well. So let's say your e-commerce, Google has the promotion events, they have your purchase events, add to cart events. And then for those of you who aren't e-commerce, Google once again has a number of events that they recommend you tracking. Now, putting on a little bit of my tinfoil hat here, if you have the option to use Google's nomenclature, do so. What we've heard is that Google Analytics, like the cartoon earlier implied, it's not fully done. And so what you don't want to do is you don't want to set up your events now, not go with Google's naming conventions, and then all of a sudden Google says, hey, surprise, we've released this new functionality, and now you have to reconfigure all your events. And there's a link at the end that'll show you where Google recommends all these events. And then you can even go further outside of the box. What if you want to track CTA clicks and you want to separate that out from the other events that you're tracking? Or what if you want to track errors on the website, like 404 errors, JavaScript errors, especially for those of y'all who have React websites, Or maybe you're just looking to use Google Analytics to understand the user experience a little bit better. And you could do something like website interactions where you could track pop-ups, you could track carousels, things like that, but it would put it in its own separate category. And Google Analytics allows 500 custom events, and that's just with the free version. I'm currently using the enterprise version, so I have a lot bigger limits. And even with all of my limits, I'm still only using about 35 custom events. So don't feel like you have to track everything super uniquely, but also don't feel like you are stuck inside this little box. And then the link that y'all will get, there's a list of recommended GA4 events, and I would just recommend y'all use that. Okay, so let's dive into the customer journey a little bit. We talked about events. This is the basis of GA4. And in order to really demonstrate this, I'm going to use an example website. So I Googled online. There is a fake realtor named Georgina Smith. And we're going to be using her website, and we're going to say that I am a marketing manager for her. She has a page for properties. And if you click on one of these beautiful properties, you'll see that she has a number of accordions right here. Now, with those accordions, these aren't going to fire page views, okay? And so if I want to track how people are interacting with my website, I'm going to have to do a little bit of that custom event. If I scroll further down the page, I also have these CTAs. Now, with these CTAs, I know that they're going to lead to a page view, but I might say, well, I'm really wondering what CTA clicks are informing the customer journey. So once again, I'm going to have to use some custom event tracking. So now that we've got our example, let's talk about segments. Let's actually apply this. So as a marketer, I'm sure you want to know the exact secret sauce that makes your customers convert, right? It's not just, do they click one button? You're probably looking at it and you're saying, well, what if they click this button and then view this page and then click this other button 3 times? Does that automatically lead to a conversion every time, right? So with GA3, you were able to view segments to kind of compare somebody clicking that locations accordion within the properties page or somebody clicking on the interior details or the schools. GA3 made a wonderful little graph here, okay? You have goal completions, you have conversion rate, but then what happens if you want to go for that secret sauce mix? What if you want to know, are people more likely to convert if they're clicking on schools and interior details? Or are they more likely to click if they only click schools? And so what you would have to do in GA3 is you would have to create different segments for each and every one of these possibilities. So this is one of those insights where you could have it in GA3. It's possible, but y'all are busy people. Y'all aren't going to be spending your time trying to figure out the secret sauce by creating 10 different custom events. Now GA4 comes in and they have this thing called segment overlap. I am a huge fan because all I had to do was build my 3 segments here, location information, schools, and interior details. And Google said, aha, well, what about finding the magic combination here? And so I could change and I could see the number of active users for these combinations. I could see the number of conversions. And I want y'all to keep active users in the back of your mind because we're going to talk about that at the very end. But it helps me determine that secret sauce and it helps me do it efficiently.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
So you're saying instead of creating every permutation of that,
exactly.
Do it once, you still have to create that one time.
Yes. Yes. So this is a great tool for if you've got some really creative stakeholders and they've got any certain hypothesis about what's going to lead to a conversion, use this report and prove them right or prove them wrong. Now, I mentioned that GA4 by default is not session-based. So whenever you're building out your segment, again, you have to think about, do you want this across all sessions or do you want this within the same session? Now, maybe you're saying, well, Julie, this is wonderful. I don't have accordions on my website. Okay, not a problem. Let's think of some other different ways that we can use this segment overlap. And maybe you want to see who's used the mortgage calculator on your website and then ultimately change their budget. Maybe you wanted to see what kind of traffic you're getting from Google Business Places. You know, are you getting more buyers or are you getting more sellers? Or maybe you want to see if testimonials actually influence a call. All of this can be done with segment overlaps. And then Google took segments and took it to the next level. So they used their AI, their machine learning, and they actually have predictive metrics. Now, I talked with our Google Analytics rep because we are an enterprise client. And I said, well, you know, are you going to release this to the general public who doesn't use e-commerce? And they said, well, no, we're only going to use this for e-commerce. So if you are feeling super fancy, what I would recommend doing is if you have a certain number of conversions, if you've reached the threshold defined by Google, change your website into an e-commerce sort of tracking website. So say you have appointment schedules, why not make that e-commerce? And that will give us your idea of what's the likelihood that somebody's going to purchase in the next 7 days. This is going to give you a little bit of an edge because you're going to be running a Facebook campaign and Google's AI is already telling you, well, I don't know if this is going to actually draw conversions. And so while you certainly want to wait for your Facebook data to fully process, at the same time, you can kind of be planning a week ahead and be like, well, I may have to shift in a couple of weeks. So it gives you a heads up.
What is that threshold?
I think it is 1,000 events. I'd have to look into it per month. So I'd have to look into it. I have a rather large website, so thresholds often don't apply to me. Now, audiences. These are very similar to segments. So whereas segments are retroactive, okay, this is where you can talk to your stakeholders, you're in a meeting, and they're like, well, what if? You're going to want to pull up segments to help kind of analyze that. But you can't apply segments to your Google Ads campaigns. So there's where you're going to have to want to bring in audiences instead. But this is super simple. I shared the segment screen with y'all before, but what I didn't highlight was this red square over here that says build an audience. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to check. Now, audiences are not going to be retroactive. And so if you build your audience and then you immediately get a notification, 0 people are in this audience. Well, no duh. It's like 5 seconds old. So don't worry, you didn't do anything wrong. Come back and check it. If your segment was set up correctly and you're seeing data in that, that's your good indication that your audience is also going to be set up properly. So we talked a little bit about segments, audiences, the people that visit your website. Now let's talk about how they're exploring your website and how they're going through. GA3 had this thing called the Behavior Flow Report. I hated this report, mainly because, I mean, you could only export to PDF. Like, what good does that do me? So when the Path Exploration report came around, and Google also only offered the option to export to PDF, I was like, oh, well, what's this going to provide me? Well, actually, it does provide a little bit more flexibility. So I want to go over 4 key things that are different from this Behavior Flow report to the Path Exploration report that you see in GA4. So to start off with the Behavior Flow report, you could only see 6 events or 6 combination of page views and events. And after that, you know, you could see how people were flowing from the second interaction to the third interaction to fourth interaction. But the rest of them, it was kind of lost. And sure, you could right click, view group details, and then it would tell you the drop off. But I don't really necessarily want to know the drop off. Like, I want to know how people are continuing through the user journey. And Google Analytics 3 didn't provide this. But with GA4, what they allow you to do is they allow you to expand this out to 20 rows. And even though it is very faint, you can see the paths and they go through, and then even further. So you're not restricted anymore. You have that flexibility to explore the customer journey. Now, when you're exploring it, one of the other awesome things is that GA4 actually allows you to edit what events you collect or what events show up in this Path Exploration report. So in GA3, you're not seeing any of the edit buttons, but in GA4, Google says, well, you know, what events are meaningful to you? So for example, if I'm tracking this scroll tracking event and I'm saying, well, that's really interesting information to have, but that's not really going to influence my view of the customer journey. Perfect. Take it out. And that way you have a more concise view of how people are interacting with events throughout your website. This is also a great tool to think about whenever you're setting up your custom events, because these are going to be the individual ways that you can analyze the paths. Now, the third difference between GA3 and GA4 is that GA3 only went one way. But with GA4, you actually have the opportunity to explore paths in two different directions. So a great example of this is, what if I want to know how people are progressing through the website whenever they start a session? That's option one. Whereas with option two, you can say, well, how did people end up doing a CTA click? Or how did people end up filling out a form on my website? And with GA3, this was really limited. And if you did get this information, it was because of page views, and you could only see the first 3 paths before somebody converted. Whereas this will provide you with the 10 steps before a certain ending point. And then the last thing, I don't know if y'all have heard me say this, but GA4 is not restricted by sessions. So whenever you look at the path exploration, you'll notice that I have a number of session start events. And that's where you can tell where somebody is leaving the website, coming back, leaving, coming back again. So you get a true picture of the customer journey. So I really love the path exploration report, but sometimes you're not in like a Friday creative mood where you want to see the 8 different ways that people are navigating through your website. Sometimes you're just like, Julie, I got an 8-step form. I need to know how people are dropping off. And that's where funnels come in. So funnels were possible in GA3, but it was really, really difficult. You were often found shoving whatever process you had into an e-commerce event, and then your process was a set number of steps. So for example, on my website, I have a scheduling process, and sometimes it's 7 steps, sometimes it's 5 steps, sometimes it's 2 steps. Fitting this into GA3 was extremely difficult. And I had to fire a lot of fake events to make sure that the flow looked exactly the same, regardless of what view I was looking at. The other option that I had was to take everything into my reporting platform, so like Data Studio, now Looker Studio, and try and configure everything through there. But really, that's trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Like, it's just not, it's not going to work. The other thing that made this e-commerce functionality and this funnel functionality in GA3 really not my favorite was the fact that your drill down dimensions in red, you were a little limited there. So with these, you have a certain number of dimensions that you can drill down, but I personally love dealing with technological friction points, okay? How are my iPhone users different than my Android users? You know, how is iOS 15 different than 16? And you couldn't tell that with GA3. You were stuck with device category, and too bad, so sad, that's it. With GA4, however, you get a lot more options to look into the technology and how people are going through the funnel differently with different pieces of technology. But you can also go in and you can look at breakdown by, say, month, or even if y'all are doing some A/B testing, like pull in your A/B testing experiment. And this is really easy to do. Google has a breakdown box, and you just pull your dimension of choice into that breakdown box. Voila, you can see the drop off or the completion rate by each step and broken down by each of your dimensions. Now, this is month, and I chose this because it was easy to view, easy to digest, but there's actually a way cooler way to see over time drop-offs. I'll show you at the end of this section. So the next thing that's really helpful is that Google Analytics shows the elapsed time in GA4. Now, I mentioned that Google Analytics 4 is not restricted by sessions. So if you turn on this button, you may have something like, it took somebody almost 5 hours to go from step 1 to step 2. Whoa. Well, you know, Google Analytics is going to take into consideration all of somebody's sessions. So it's possible for somebody to visit your website, go away, and then come back. And then that will be accounted for in your different steps. Now, this is where it's going to be incredibly important to test your funnel logic with your stakeholders, okay? GA4 is a cool new tool. Put your ego to the side, though, because it's going to be your stakeholders that are going to spot your logic flaws better than anybody else. And that was actually the case for me a couple of weeks ago whenever I was looking at this. But what you can do is, if you are working with your stakeholders, ask them questions about how people are experiencing your product. So you can't restrict things by sessions, but you can time box it. So you can say, okay, if somebody visited step 1 within 5 minutes or within 10 minutes, within an hour, did somebody visit step 2? Was it directly? Was it indirectly? And actually your path explorations that you used before, that can help inform you. So maybe you've got a form and you know that somebody isn't going to fill out the form until they view the product details. So maybe you say, okay, well, we're going to add step 1 and step 2, but they're going to have an indirect step in between them. Okay, so then the last thing is your trended funnel. So with your trended funnel, this is going to be the better way to view months or time and drop off. With the trended funnel, we're still dealing with funnel exploration. Our technique has not changed, but our visualization has changed. And this is going to be especially important for those of you who have in-house web developers. So if the web developers release a change, all of a sudden your forms drop off. You're like, well, what happened? You have an exact date that you can go to. And you can actually scroll down and do by dimension if you want to. So, hey, did you do a release on September 23rd for iOS 14? Oh, why, yes, we did. Wonderful. That's causing our form fill rate to drop off exponentially. And it gives you a little bit of an edge as far as like solving these problems. Okay, so we talked about how people are going through the website, some of their characteristics. Let's talk about how we got them to begin with. This is going to be one of those GA3 metrics that was possible to get, but maybe just a little bit more time consuming. So none of us ever did it. Now with acquisition in GA3, because GA3 is based on sessions, you had acquisition that was session based. And with GA4, you actually have two different types. So you have first user acquisition and you have your session source acquisition. So this is really useful when you're talking to your partners about maybe you're running some display advertisings and they're talking about how much traffic they're driving to your website. Well, pull up the first user source and medium. Yeah, you're driving traffic to my website. Display is an awareness medium, but you weren't the one generating the awareness. It was somebody else. And so this helps you view or helps you walk through conversations like that. And while you were able to get this information in GA3 via new users, things of that nature, it wasn't as easy to compare A to B. So I really like this feature. I'm glad Google released it. It helps us view attribution a little bit better. And then lastly, let's talk about engagement, okay? Google Analytics took a major step up here. And in order to talk about engagement, I first have to set the stage with how time is collected in GA3. Anybody who worked with me for more than 2 weeks knew that this was a pet peeve of mine. Do not include it on the reports. I hated that Google even showed it in their interface. And that's because of the way that they collected time. So with Google Analytics, time was collected via page views. So if you were measuring average session duration, you could say somebody visited the homepage at 3:10 p.m. Then, because we're dealing with Georgina Smith's website, they visited the property page at 3:13. So Google said, aha, based on the page views and the timestamp sent with that, you spent 3 minutes on the website. And then you visited a specific property page, voila, 7 minutes on the website. And then you decided to exit the website. Well, we don't really know what time you spent on the individual property page because time is based on page views. You didn't have an additional page view. And Google said, don't worry about it, like just the details. Average time on site is 10 minutes. And I think a lot of people, because Google backed it, you were lured into this false sense of security of, well, yeah, it's good enough. But I want to show y'all like why this is such a wrong way of measuring time. And I'm going to do so by talking to y'all about applying Google's time on site logic to measuring how long it takes to drive somewhere based on stoplights. So I am currently living in Spring, Texas. It's a little suburb of Houston. For those of you who aren't familiar with Texas geography, it took me about 3.5 hours to get here to Dallas today. I've been able to do it in under 3, but don't tell my mother, like that sort of thing. Now, the DFW airport also should take me 3.5, maybe 4 hours. But it's certainly a drive. So we're going to use this example of how long it takes me to get from Spring to the DFW airport using stoplights. Now at 3:10, I leave my house. At 3:13, I've got a light near my house called Holsworth Road. I hit it at 3:13. So based on that logic, I've been on the road for about 3 minutes. At 3:15, I hit a light at Grand Parkway. And so we know I've been on the road for another 2 minutes. Then I go from Grand Parkway to I-45 to I-35 to Highway 114, and I land at the airport. No stoplights. It's wonderful. And based on Google's logic, no stoplights. We don't know how much time you're spending there. So we're going to say that the time it took you to get to the DFW airport from Spring is 5 minutes. Okay? Now, do y'all get to the airport 2 hours early? Because I do. Married to a pilot, But if you used Google's calculation to decide when to get to the airport, like you'd missed your flight, when really it took you probably 3.5 hours. So when GA4 rolled out, they said, hey, we're doing timestamps, but we're not just going to do it based on page views. We're going to do it based on all your different events. And so here I brought in seconds. So at 3:10 and 10 seconds, you visited the home page. Then Google sent what they call a user engagement event. I'll dive into this in a second. So Google knows that you spent 10 seconds on the website. Then I decided to click to call on mobile. I'm very savvy, and so I know that I needed to implement that as a custom event on my website. And with that custom event, Google said, wonderful, we're sending a timestamp. So I've now spent an additional 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the website. Then I open a new tab to research other agents because I'm not so sure about Georgina Smith. She's nice, but So then I decide about 3 minutes later to come back to the Georgina Smith homepage. I was on Google. I was away from the website. I decided to come back. Then I visit the properties page at 3:17 and 20 seconds, meaning I spent another 30 seconds on the homepage. From there, I look at interior details. I submit an interest form, and then I finally exit the website. So my total time on site is going to be about 8 minutes and 20 seconds. This isn't going to be available in Google's interface, but it is available via BigQuery. So still accessible. What Google's going to instead say is your session engagement time. So the time that somebody was actively using your website was 5 minutes. Now, let's talk about this user engagement event a little bit, because this is one of the core components that shows how Google is shifting how they look at users from GA3 to GA4. So with GA3 or with GA4, it's no longer about time on site. It's now about engagement. And we kind of got the idea that Google was shifting towards more of an engagement focus whenever they decided to not include bounce rate at all in GA4. Then, of course, mass hysteria ensued, and Google said, no, wait, we'll bring it back. But bounce rate now is measured a little bit differently. So let's go back in time a little bit. Let's go back to GA3 and compare that to GA4. So with GA4, engagement is specifically defined as somebody who has visited 2 or more pages on your website, has had a conversion, or has hit a time threshold of your choosing. Okay, it can be 10 to 60 seconds. Bounce rate, on the other hand, was someone who did not have a second interaction with your website. So a second page view, maybe a second event. Here's how that translates into real life. Bounce rate was oftentimes inflated by people who only pursued a good bounce rate, like instead of pursuing conversions. So engagement rate is going to be a little bit harder to trick. Your bounce rate is going to go up a little bit depending on how you've had your events configured, because this new engagement rate, which bounce rate is based off of, is now a little bit more dummy proof. So let's go back to this user engagement event for a second. So with the user engagement event, I mentioned that you can choose between 10 and 60 seconds as how somebody is engaging with your website. It's up to you. I personally choose 10 seconds because I know that's the time that it takes somebody to view a page and then place a phone call, but to each his own. Then let's look at the time that it took me to open up a new tab on Google and research agents, and then come back to the Georgina Smith homepage. So this is not actually a special event that I sent. As much as I do custom events, this is actually something Google tracks by default. Google is able to tell whenever the website, your website, is in the foreground. So if you navigate to another tab, if you refresh the page, if you exit, Google's going to be able to record all that. So this makes not only your engagement time much more valuable and much more accurate, but also whenever you're looking at like the funnels that we were looking at before with the engagement time, that's going to be more accurate as well. Another important note is that this session engagement time is going to be nowhere near your average session duration. So don't compare the two metrics, like that's a losing battle. Session duration wasn't an accurate metric before, and engagement time is always going to be less than the total time, because the chances of 100% of your website users engaging 100% of the time is like very, very low. So in conclusion, GA4 isn't bad, but it's definitely different, okay? So different can be scary. I was scared. I was not a fan of GA4 for a while, but the more I got into it and the more I got comfortable with it, really is a better solution for us whenever we want to understand the customer journey. I want y'all to lean into the event-based data model, okay? Don't hold on to your GA3 data, like lean on into it and leverage all the different topics that we've talked about today to better understand the customer journey. And I also want to give a special shout out to all the people that I learned from. So analytics knowledge is meant to be shared. And I hope that y'all take some of the stuff that y'all have learned today, share it with your friends if they care about learning about Google Analytics. Share it also with your colleagues, your clients, like spread the love. And these are some great resources. Charles Farina is on, let's see here. I think he's on Data Driven You. He's a really good one to follow. And then I also put two of my former and current coworkers on here because they're the ones that also have challenged me about my GA4 learnings. So that, thank you. What questions do y'all have? Yeah.
So on the user one of the things that the UI was, I like being able to filter by page, especially starting page or ending page. Can you still do that? As long as you can filter by event type, can you filter down to a page level?
So yes, you can. What you're going to have to do is with the report that you're seeing, I'm going to make y'all dizzy for a second. Y'all can see how much I love transitions. This is worth it, I promise. Okay, so here you have your event name. You can actually drop those down. Those drop downs at the top, they're called nodes. That's a little bit of a new definition for me to learn. But you can drop those down and say, instead of event name, I want to see page path, or I'm sorry, I want to see page title. Now, Google has not introduced page paths into your event names, which for all you SEOs, like maybe you're crying a little bit on the inside like I am because you change page titles all the time for rankings. But yes, you do have the option to drop down based on page title node. What's next? Danny?
Yeah, the forecasting you showed where they
Yes.
in order to get that to work, you actually have to set up a purchase event.
Yes.
So which event becomes the actual?
I want to make sure that I check with my documentation, but I know it is a purchase event, and I'm pretty sure that it just is purchase, but Google may have changed that recently. But yes, definitely a hack. I myself am one for hacky things, so I like it, but personal bias.
So on the where it says user on your like little timeline, user engagement event.
Yes.
Is there a way in GA4 where you can tell what engagement event that was, or is that only in BigQuery?
I'd have to noodle on your question a little bit.
It seems really like a vague statement from Google to tell us there was an engagement event, but we don't know what that was.
Yeah, so the engagement event, so what you're seeing with the user engagement event, that's actually not going to go directly into GA4. It's not going to be like an event that you look at. You're not going to look at a user engagement event. It's just that Google is sending that through and sending the timestamp information. Yeah. In the back?
So for when GA3 data finally duplicates, do you have is there any way, a good way to marry that data with GA4?
BigQuery.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you could hack in Looker Studio and just, I mean, you could do my data analyst is going to hate that I said this. You could do a hack where you've got one data studio report and another data studio report, and you put them on top of each other and make them the same color, and so they kind of look the same. But because your data model has changed, the money phrase of the day, you're going to see difference in sessions. You're not going to be comparing apples to apples. So long as your stakeholders are on board, you're okay. But I would put that big fat disclaimer there. Yeah.
Is the event form someone opens up another tab available to sort of view as well? So it's not like you're A/B testing. See how often someone opens it.
No, so that wouldn't be available in this event, but you could send a custom event, or you might even be able to do something. I didn't talk about it today, but it's called, of course, I'm blanking on it now. You could create technically an audience-based event. So you could say, just thinking of the best way to explain this. And I think a visual would help. If I can think of the right visual. Okay, so essentially what you can do is you could add a sequence or set events and then build an audience based off of that. And whenever that audience fires, you can actually send another event. So you could say, hey, if somebody follows these three tasks, build an audience, send an event. And so then you could get a custom event there. You're definitely dealing with a custom solution, but that is very smart. And I mean,
Different regional based with like the same promotion worded differently, like dollars off and percent off. We're trying to get an idea of like how often maybe something in the tab during a certain promotion to see if like that's not as engaging if compared to one versus that or something.
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, the build on audience function, have that, I'm assuming that can be word over to Google Ads directly.
Yes.
So it's just using the same audience import.
I'm not as familiar with the GA or the Google Ads interface, but from what I've looked at initially, like this, it takes no custom knowledge or custom code. You just port it right in.
You have two accounts connected.
Yes. Yeah. Now you will have to connect your GA4 account to Google Ads if you had previously connected GA3 to Google Ads, but you probably already knew that. Yeah.
How integrated can this be with Data Studio for things like path exploration? So we can't export that as CSV, but we could potentially get that data working in Data Studio. Is that?
So the analytics community is a little bit split right now because the Data Studio integration for GA4 right now I hear is SHIT. So Charles Farina has a more technical explanation rather than my 4-letter word. But I think with Data Studio right now, I would base everything off of your Explore reports for the interim, and then wait probably 6 months from now, and then people will stop complaining about Data Studio.
So right now, some of my larger scale clients, they'll have like each like 500 plus locations, and each one will have different conversion actions we can take. And so we are beyond the threshold of goal completion, right?
So what I would do,
So we were doing custom events, basically.
Yeah.
We're doing events, and then we have dynamic parameters that interject some kind of consistency to analytics. Do I have to create a custom event here, or will those custom things still work just fine in GA4?
I would do the custom event, but your custom injections, I would do that as a parameter.
Yeah. So like basically like if like you're on form, let's say you have a base contact form and drop down, pick your location, that location name will feed us like the label.
Yes.
So that will still work in GA4.
Yeah. So you'll want to. So conversions are event based in GA4. So you've just got to have the aggregated event name. But then with each event, you can add in different parameters, and you can have the location, any other form characteristics you want. It's not going to look like category, action, and label. It's going to look like parameter, 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 parameter.
Okay, so I just build the rule, or does it build one for every location?
No, you just, if you create one event, then you just say there's a built-in functionality that just says turn this event into a conversion. So it's just a flip of a switch. And then your parameters are all.
So it could be even easier than the current setup.
Yeah. So, and that's another important thing that I did not mention in this, but if any of y'all have location or URL-based goals in Google Analytics 3, those aren't going to work in GA4. GA4 events are only event, or GA4 conversions are only event-based. So figure out how to trigger custom events now. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank y'all so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Can you hear me okay? Can you, hello, hello, hello.
We are about to get started in here. Woo, 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 woo. That's my minions. Have y'all seen the minions?
Oh, excuse
No.
me. Let's hope so.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? All right, I think we're ready to get started here. So, hi everybody. All right, my name is Rob Garner. I'm actually a past president of DFWSEM from 2006 to 2008. Just a little bit of history here, real quick, about DFWSEM, the group that puts this event on. It started back in 2003. Bill Hartzer, Jim Gilbert made some phone calls to other SEOs and SEM professionals around the area, and about 12 of us got together. We met in a little hotel over in West Dallas and decided we might all benefit from a business association. So it kind of grew out of that, and a lot of the people in that room that day became presidents of the group and fostered it. Christine Churchill, Bill, of course, Tony Wright, John Sanchez, Mark Jackson, many more. So DFWSEM is actually still the longest running local search business association in the world. The first one and still the longest running. So here we are. Pretty amazing that we're all in the room. I love every year that we do this. It's just another testimony to the starting of the group many years ago. So keep the fire going. So we'll get moving here. We are in, this room is sponsored by Idea Grove. Scott is the CEO of Idea Grove. Idea Grove is one of the top 25 tech PR firms in the US, a 3-time Inc. 5000 company and an Inc. magazine Best Workplace in 2021 and 2022. And they're based in Dallas with clients worldwide. So if you got one of the bags coming in here, you got a book with it, and Scott's the guy who wrote it. So I always love getting to meet authors, and you know, there's so much effort that goes into a book like this. There's so much thinking, and Scott's going to go over some of the things in the book today, as well as some other things. But you have the book, thumb through it. You can talk to him today, ask questions at the end, or even find him throughout the rest of the day to ask questions. But again, a lot of brain power in this book, and take advantage of the author while he's here and ask him questions now and throughout the day. So with that, I'm going to introduce Scott to you right now, and he'll tell you more about himself. Thank you, Scott. Let's give him a big round of applause.
I think I can use this one. I think I'm good. Really excited to be here. This is my third time speaking at State of Search. He mentioned Bill Hartzer. Bill is the person who introduced me to DFW SEM years ago. He's a good friend who's, gosh, whenever I have a huge SEO mess I can't figure out, I always call Bill, and he settles me down and figures it out for me. I am a little different from most of the folks here because I didn't come from a SEO background. That's now digital marketing is not where I entered the picture. I came from journalism, and then as a writer, and then PR and branding. SEO is how I grew the business. Idea Grove is mostly grown from organic search, but because I kind of came in through the back door, I think I approach a lot of these SEO questions, organic search questions, kind of from a little different perspective than a lot of people that I meet who kind of just are really fascinated about search and link building and kind of all the technical aspects of you know, getting their clients and getting companies more visible. Those things are really important to me, but I come from it from a kind of a different angle in branding, and I thought sharing some of my thoughts on branding and how we're doing it now, and how I think other companies maybe are moving in this direction also, could give you a sense of how at least from my perspective, branding affects what all of us do in digital marketing. So I call it a three-dimensional brand. I'll explain what that means in a minute. First, I'll say, look, this is a small group, and I hate just kind of talking like a monologue forever. So I strongly prefer interruptions. Some people don't like it, but I like it. So I don't mind stopping all along the way. I know personally, if I come up with a question, I have forgotten about it by the end. You know, I was like, what was I going to ask him? It was 10 minutes in, you know. So don't wait, just ask. So the book is called Trust Signals: Brand Building in a Post-Truth World, and hopefully everyone's gotten their copy. It was part of our. I was going to speak here, and then when the book coming out, Chris said, "Hey, why don't we make that your sponsorship, and we can put a book in all the bags?" And I said, "Absolutely! I'm really excited about it, and excited to get feedback on it. I know we've gotten on the Trust Signal site, some folks here have subscribed to it and stuff. So I'm just dying to. This book just came out last week. I've worked on it for 3 years, basically, while trying to run Idea Grove, but getting a lot of help doing that. But I relish just talking about it, and it's okay if the talk is this is crap, I don't agree, or whatever. Just as so long as someone has read it and responds, it really makes me feel good that I'm engaging with someone about it. So I talk about trust signals. Now, trust signals have been around as a term of art in e-commerce for like 25 years. And in SEO, separately, trust signals related to ranking signals has been discussed in the literature for a decade plus. But when I talk about a trust signal, what I mean is evidence points that inspire confidence in your brand online. So it's a more general term that inclusive of those kinds of trust signals, like a Norton security seal, that's a trust signal. A Better Business Bureau seal, that's a trust signal. Some would say domain age is a trust signal, although Google will deny that. While when you do about this result, it'll say this domain is this years old, so maybe it actually is a trust signal. These are all examples of trust signals, but more broadly, if you think about it more broadly, it's a great way to kind of tie all the disciplines in PR and marketing together, which is really the goal of this book. So when we talk about trust signals, and you look at this slide, what's the trust signal on this slide? All right. Well, actually, the explaining trust signals. This is a lighthouse is a symbol of that because, thousands of years ago, if you go to the Pharaohs of Alexandria in Egypt, one of the 7 great, ancient wonders of the world, the idea was that this was protecting sailors, guiding them home. And so trust signals are meant to guide people towards a decision or in a direction in that same way. So this is a symbol of trust signals. This is an actual example of an online trust signal, a bestseller sticker. So as an author that is not, Seth Godin, I'm not exactly famous, I need to do things to make you think or hopefully come to the conclusion that this book is worth your time to read or spending money on it. So how do I do that? So, you could just put the book out there and hope that it becomes a bestseller, even though nobody knows who you are, or you can do things like take advantage of a special deal that first week, ask your friends to leave a review, group some activities to secure Amazon bestseller status, understand how the rules work for Amazon bestseller status. All of that allowed us to achieve Amazon bestseller status on the first day. And we had it all the first week. And we can, of course, use that sticker forever because of it. That's an example of a trust signal. Others for a book would be having a biography that shows expertise on the book jacket. The book blurbs that you hopefully are by people who are more famous than you. So if you don't know who I am, maybe you know who somebody is who leaves a quote in the book. Getting 5-star reviews on Amazon, and the more the better. Getting people on social media in your space to say good things about your book. Getting some media coverage, getting on some podcasts that your audience listens to. These are all examples of trust signals that you can see they're across different things, review sites, on the book, in social media, in the news media. These are all forms of third-party validation that together, hopefully, help you come to the conclusion that this book is worth a try. So when I talk about trust signals, and in the book, on the website, which led to the book, there's over 100 different trust signals that we discuss and go through. But to give you some examples, I divide them in 3 basic categories: website trust signals, inbound trust signals, and SEO trust signals, or hidden SEO trust signals. So when we talk about website trust signals, it's things like site speed. If your page loads slowly, maybe I think your customer service is probably slow too. Or if your content isn't updated very frequently, maybe I think your product roadmap isn't updated very frequently. If you have stock photos as your main image on your website, on your homepage, as opposed to custom photography, maybe I think you're just like everybody else, as opposed to having a distinct identity. These are all examples of trust signals or signals of distrust based on how you use them. This is on your website. And of course, classic trust seals. Better Business Bureau, Norton, PayPal, payment trust seals to show, hey, we accept all major credit cards. These are all things that make someone more comfortable working with you, doing a transaction on your website. Now, when you get off the website into the wild, what I call inbound trust signals are all the different, you could relate it to inbound marketing, all the different points of evidence you see online that would drive you to your website. So an article about you in the New York Times, maybe you've got a byline by your CEO in a trade journal, endorsements by influencers on social media, reviews on Google reviews, which is about half of all reviews, I think, today, or reviews in your industry, a Wikipedia page, high ranking for industry keywords, or for some brands, just ranking #1 for your brand name. These are all examples of things that when people see them, it makes them more likely to trust you and either research you more or come to your website. Now, all of these, for those of you in the SEO business, you know that things like fast page loading, media coverage, all these things are things that Google looks at too. So I categorize a special group of SEO trust signals here that are the ones that people don't see but Google does, like your reputation history of your website. If you've been penalized before, you're going to have to overcome that to earn back Google's trust. That's going to affect how visible you are. You can have a great website, but if Google doesn't trust you, it's just like having a fancy restaurant in a bad neighborhood. So you have to earn Google's trust too in ways that visitors don't see. Obviously, through analytics, they can see and increasingly are ranking you based on engagement in searches to your site. Are people searching for you? Are they searching with your brand in association with an industry keyword? These are all examples of, and of course, the number one is backlink quality and quantity. And these are all examples of SEO trust signals that people don't see, but are really incredibly important because Google is the ultimate arbiter of trust today. Google is not only obviously the biggest search engine, but they're the biggest and most important media company in the world. That's what I tell people on the PR side. Don't think of Google as a search engine. They're a more important media company than the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, or take your pick. They're the most important media company in the world, even though they don't create their own content because they control who sees it and where it appears. So those are trust signals. Connecting the dots is once you've identified, what I like about this formula is working in PR, I felt like we were also a HubSpot partner. We've been a HubSpot partner for 10 years. And from the beginning, when Brian Halligan and Dharmesh Shah wrote their book, Inbound Marketing, and they coined the term, they left PR out of it entirely. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is that? All of these different points of evidence serve the same purpose once you start thinking about the similarities rather than the differences. And so, for example, I talk about rather than the funnel, because there's not a clean funnel. It's not like you're following a mouse through a maze to a piece of cheese. That's not how it works today. I describe it as a breadcrumb path, like calling out Hansel and Gretel. But a breadcrumb path where is different from each individual. And you're laying out trust signals to establish breadcrumb paths that individuals that you're trying to reach can find to eventually come find you. So an example would be just from my own agency, Lori Lane, who's one of our PR managers, she had a baby recently. She and her husband had a baby. When they were getting their baby's room ready, obviously it's their first baby. They wanted to do it up. They went over budget. They're like, okay, crib mattress, we got to buy one. Let's buy the cheapest one possible. So they were going to find the cheapest crib mattress they could. Then Lori thought about an Instagram creator that she followed who had told her, don't get a toxic crib mattress. Get a non-toxic crib mattress, organic, safe, natural. It'll protect your baby. She thought of that, and then, like any mother or soon-to-be mother, worries, right? So she said, wait a minute. So she said, she did a Google search. She couldn't remember the name of the mattress this creator had mentioned. Did a Google search, and in the top 3 results, that brand of mattress appeared. She recognized it once she saw it. She would have never thought of it if it had been on page 2 of Google results. But because it was in page 3, in combination with that earlier callback, the creator, then she made the connection. That's a trust signal to a trust signal for me, a breadcrumb path, right? Then after that, she said, well, let me look up reviews. Hundreds of reviews, 4 and 5 stars. Okay, that's all good. More third-party validation. So then she says, I'm going to go to the website. And on the website, there's good content that really relates to her. She establishes some sense of rapport and connection with the content, which is a trust signal also, having that kind of content that understands your audience. Then she sees a seal from an organization that vouches for this is 100% natural, organic, safe, non-toxic crib mattress. She's sold. Then she's ready to buy. She's on the website and she's ready to buy. That's a breadcrumb path. What you often hear in inbound marketing is this idea that's almost like a very insular idea, like, okay, I saw, here's how it went. Top of the funnel, I read your blog post, I subscribed to your newsletter, you sent me an email with a demo, I did the demo, then I came to your website and signed up. However many steps, often when you hear these funnel discussions, that's all owned media. It's all a world that I control. And I took you top of the funnel, mid funnel, bottom of the funnel, and closed you. Well, that's not how the world works, especially today. People aren't, do you know that 70% of people that search you for your brand by name don't go to your website? They go somewhere else. They search for you by name, but they go to another website. So they'd rather find out about you, and they think it's more trustworthy information if they find it somewhere else. There's actually, in B2B tech, has anyone heard of this website called Featured Customers? It's funny, it's a kind of this geeky little site in B2B tech, but it's an amazing business model. I wish I had thought of it. So this has been around for a few years now. This guy in Florida. So what he did, all these review sites that sprung up, obviously G2 has raised $300 million, right? And there's review sites across every space now. You can get reviews for, vegan ice cream now. You can get reviews for anything you want online. G2 is huge in technology. But what this guy did is he said, I don't want to go to the trouble of building a review site. I'm just going to scrape case studies and testimonials from tech company sites and put them on my site, word for word. And I'm going to aggregate the star ratings of all of the different review sites, and I'm going to add it all up. So when you see my site, it's going to say, I have 48 reviews for your brand because I aggregated all the others. And so you go there and you think, oh, wow, this is a review site. There's a star ratings, but you're actually reading the content that's coming directly from that company's website on their client pages and stuff. Here's the funny part. They make all their money from brands paying sponsorship fees to featured customers to display their content. All right? So, because they know that the same content on your website is considered more trustworthy when it's on somebody else's website. That's the importance. Goes to extreme example of how important third-party validation is. So all that's a setup to talk about three-dimensional brands, because three-dimensional brands have a much easier time using trust signals to build brand trust online. So that's what we're going to talk about. So in digital marketing, particularly those who are more on the lead generation side, your thought might be, hey, I'm looking for leads, branding, I don't have time for that. Why does it matter? I don't know if you've ever seen this cartoon. It's one of my favorites, but the person trying to sell brand building has no one in line to buy it. But even though these leads are low quality leads, the line goes a mile long. The reason is that brand building is hard. It's hard to measure. It takes time. But the thing is, if you don't establish the brand first, you're doomed to get low quality leads because they don't know you. They're just filling out a form or something. It's like those crappy leads you get at trade shows or through a lot of email campaigns, or for some, you've had some sexy piece of content out there and you captured, but the person they don't know you. So, what we talk about, so we are very specific at my agency when we talk to clients that we are not a lead generation firm. We call lead generation kind of if you think about shipping and logistics, we call it a last mile service. What we try to do in the branding side is through branding and communications of that brand messaging, build brand trust. This is a concept I borrowed from Branding Strategy Insider. But the idea is, if you can establish brand trust, it's not a lead generation. It's not lead generation, but it removes friction at every stage of the funnel. It takes longer if you haven't established that trust, if you haven't established that awareness. And it has to be trust and not just awareness, because you can establish awareness by figuring out your target audience and following them all around the internet with targeted ads, right? So they'll know. It's a cheaper way than PR, for example, to get someone to know your name. They'll hate you, but they'll know your name, because no one wants to be followed around like that randomly, right? They want something personalized and something they already care about, which goes back to branding. So how do you create a company or a brand or a product that people do care about? That's where we get to three-dimensional branding. This kind of superhero picture of Jeff Bezos here. A brand for a company is like a reputation for a person. I have a famous quote by Jeff. We think of brands as having human-like qualities. We talk about brand personalities, for example. But if you think about it, a corporation is really just a set of legal documents somewhere. There's nothing about it that has any permanence inherently. The founder can leave anytime. Shareholders can buy and sell stock. Employees can leave at any time. So when you talk about a company or a brand, there's no there. What is it? All it is, ultimately, is the continuity that we give it through branding. So brand is when we create human-like qualities that pass from shareholder to shareholder and transaction to transaction. So many companies, when they talk about branding, are thinking about fancy logos and we're going to inspire people, all these things. But fundamentally, the purpose of branding is to establish continuity by kind of creating a human-like entity that you commit to staying with because it increases in value over time the more you're consistent with it. So for example, if you look at the S&P 500, there are literally hundreds of billions of dollars on those balance sheets that are on the goodwill line. If you know what the goodwill line speaks to brand equity. Those are from acquisitions that companies made of smaller companies, and they paid more than the book value of the company purely because the brand value that had been established over time. That's how important and how valuable financially building a brand is. So the more human your brand is, the more people will connect to it and trust you. We trust people, we don't trust things. A one-dimensional brand, which many brands are, in some industries more than others, is one that's solely focused on the product or service. So it's like that person at the party that's always talking about themselves. Eventually, you're going to go to the bar. You're going to go somewhere else. You can't take that forever, right? A three-dimensional brand is more human-like because in addition to having that, you can equate the product to the body. There's also a mind and a heart. Thought leadership represents the brand's mind. Social purpose represents the brand heart. If you think about this in terms of a person again at a party, what if instead of just talking about themselves, that person actually had some interesting ideas to share? You're in the same industry, for example, you're talking about ideas that you're like, wow, that's a really good point. Or they're actually doing things to help a neighbor, or they're doing things in the community that shows they care, that they have a heart. You might talk to them all night. They might become your best friend. You're probably going to trust them to go out to lunch with them, maybe do business with them, whatever, because a real relationship has been established that wasn't just me, right? And talking about your product to the exclusion of other things is the equivalent of someone who's talking about me, especially today. So I don't think any brand story is complete if it's product only today. When I started doing branding 15 years ago, I would start the sessions by saying, what do you do? And it'd be kind of a gotcha because it'd be like, well, of course, but I work in B2B tech. So it'd be like, titanium, it'd be, and it'd be like, stop. That's not going to convince anybody. Can you really, in a few words, summarize what you do, and can we make it distinct or differentiated from your competitors? That's what I used to do. I don't start branding sessions that way anymore. I start them by asking, why do you exist? And that really gets them, because maybe when they first started the company, if it's the founder, they had that reason. And the reason was never to make a bunch of money. And the reason was never to sell a bunch of widgets. There was something more there that often gets lost along the way, which is a higher purpose beyond selling. And believe me, and you guys know this, employees want to work at a place that has a purpose beyond just selling stuff. And And that's true for customers today more than ever. And I would point out that having that kind of brand that has that humanity to it and has a purpose is not only helps you grow that brand and sell more and so forth, it also protects it. If someone attacks it on social media, you'll have your defenders. If there's a cancellation attempt or there's a conspiracy theory or something that involves you, you'll be more likely to be given the benefit of the doubt. It's like a story. There's a story that of a true story. Woman who used to work at a newspaper that I worked at many years ago. She had just started. She was hired. She was going to start the next Monday. She came to a party on a Friday night, and she's just meeting all these people for the first time from the newspaper. She was obviously probably a little nervous, drank too much liquid courage, ended up doing something that was very memorable, unfortunately, to everyone there, which was mistaking the laundry room for the bathroom and the dryer for the toilet. And so what happened was she didn't come in on Monday, and she never came in. That's how devastating a mistake can be with no context. What if, on the other hand, this had been someone who had been an editor who worked at the paper for 10 years, and she had always been a great worker, great friend, great employee, never had problems with alcohol. She'd have come in Monday, people might have given her a hard time. Maybe her editor would have said, "Is everything okay at home?" or "Can I help you with anything?" But she would have come in because she had that context. That's what you want to do as a brand, as a three-dimensional brand, is establish that context so the first people hear about you isn't when something bad happens. So I'm going really slow, or I'm saying too many things. I've got till 20 minutes? I want to give you time for questions. So let me see if I can get through this pretty quickly. The concept's fairly straightforward. When we talk about thought leadership, a lot of people think of it as, oh, this is top of the funnel stuff. But it has a more important purpose. The purpose is to show that you have ideas and value to share freely. That's really what it's about. The sales benefit is secondary. That speaks to your reputation. Let me give you a quick example. There's a movie. Has anyone seen this movie called The Tao of Steve? It's kind of an old movie now. It was a big Sundance winner a few years ago. The idea of the movie was it's this slovenly, kind of sloppy, kind of obese guy who's a kindergarten teacher, and somehow he has all this luck with women. And his friends are so jealous and they don't know how this is happening. And so he tells them his secret. He has a three-step secret, a three-step process. He calls it the Tao of Steve, named after the old 70s movie star Steve McQueen. Number one, be desireless. Meaning, maybe you think it's a pretty girl or someone you'd like to date, but when you approach them from a perspective of getting to know them on a real level, on a level that is separate from any desire you may have beyond getting to know them as a person, sharing interests, and so forth. So but not faking it, truly finding a place to be able to have that interaction in a way where you're desireless. The second is to be excellent, meaning if you want to be someone that person remembers later or would like to go on a date with, do something that stands out. Be excellent. If it's juggling, juggle. If she seems to have an interest in art history and you not know a lot about art history, talk about your art history. Impress the person with something that stands out. The third part of the methodology is be gone. As Dex, who's the character in the movie, puts it, we pursue that which retreats from us. And so the point is, if you've done those things right, but then you harass the person afterwards, it's like that white paper that's supposed to be this big overview of the industry, and then at the end it says, and the solution is buy our product. The moral of the story is buy our product. You've just undercut all your credibility by ending it that way. So when I saw this movie again recently, I thought, well, that's exactly how thought leadership should work. When you put out the content and your ideas, it has to be done within a context of desirelessness. There can't be a clear obvious ulterior motive to it. There has to be a true, authentic purpose. And then there's so much content out there. There's a study recently that showed 80% of B2B decision makers read thought leadership content every week. 15% think it's good. That's a true study from Edelman and LinkedIn. All right. So make the content good. The best way to do that is by understanding who your buyer is and connecting to them in an authentic way, as opposed to kind of Me Too content. And then be gone is don't push it. You got their contact information, that's fine. You know what? In a lot of businesses, like all the businesses that our clients are in, 5% of buyers are in market at any one time. So I've established that impression. We pursue that which retreats from us. I've made the impression. When they're ready, I'll put enough breadcrumbs out there that they can find me, like Lori, my manager, found the crib mattress. But if I harass them, I will have defeated the purpose. There's no reason to do it if you're going to do it that way. I'll skip this study. Edelman is a great example of a company that does thought leadership well. Has anyone ever heard of the Edelman Trust Barometer? So it's a study where they do every year. They survey 30,000 people, and they come out with incredible insights that are shared in the media everywhere on where the state of trust in institutions like government, media, the police, business. And it's an incredible resource, and they've grown a huge business around it. Like they've got a trust institute, they've got a trust management practice, and all these things. But what I thought was interesting is that the same week that the last one came out, there was this kind of potential scandal that came out about how Edelman was representing fossil fuels companies after putting out this big statement about how they wouldn't do anything that contradicted their support of climate change policy. But within this larger context of how trusted, I got 5 minutes, how trusted they were, that was a blip in the news. It could have been a big story. I think it would have been without this context. So the bottom line is thought leadership really helps you beyond being top of the funnel sales material. It's something that shows that you have something to say beyond talking about yourself. Social purpose, I think people have a sense of what social purpose is. It's fusing your company's product offering with a larger vision to create a better world. People want brands to have values today. The top 3 reasons that people purchase today, according to multiple studies, are price, quality of product, and shared values. And if you've got these other 2, you probably can have a little higher price, right? If the values align and if the quality is good, that's that kind of alignment that you want to have that goes beyond the product itself. I'll give you an example of Lego. Lego is an $8 billion company that sells little plastic bricks, right? That could be a commodity. It's anything but that, right? And they invest their story in the product itself by associating it with creativity and with helping children, nurturing children with toys that inspire creativity. That's not junk like, playing a video game, right? But they do more than that. They extend this idea of their purpose being nurturing children. They tie that to their sustainability initiatives, their online safety initiatives, their DEI programs. If you read their website, if you read their narratives, it all feels like one thing. That makes it so much more powerful than saying, we sell widgets during the week and we do Habitat Humanity on the weekends. Those just sound like, oh, you make all this money and then you try to pretend you're nice on the weekends. If it all feels like one clear, consistent narrative, it's much more powerful. If you go back to the beginning, we were talking about Jeff Bezos and what a brand is. The key feature of a brand is consistency. It has to start with that. If it's not consistent, it's not a brand. So Harris poll says 82% of consumers want to buy from brands that align with their values. And on the flip side, 73% of respondents in the Porter Novelli survey say they were less likely to cancel a purpose-driven brand. So you can see why going beyond the product to talk about ideas and talk about caring can be so valuable. So final point about one-dimensional brands is that they're boring, right? if you're trying to lay out trust signals everywhere and all you've got to talk about is yourself, you're just being boring everywhere. All right. If your influencer on social media are talking about cool stuff you're doing in the community, or Forbes is publishing thought leadership content with your ideas about the industry, you're going to have or pitching the media. Good luck pitching the media about the latest version of your product. They're not going to cover it. But if you can pitch a larger trend that your product relates to, they might cover that. So that's how, that's when I say a three-dimensional brand makes it so much easier to establish trust signals online and to lay this breadcrumb trail of trust. So anyway, I've gone to 11:48. I'll stop now for any questions. It's been fun talking about this stuff. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
Out of all the trust signals out there, what do you think is the one that is hardest?
Well, I think that we know that review sites are very powerful, right? Reviews are very powerful today. I mean, we're in the Google business, most of us here, right? So we know for, 70%, some majority of all searches have local intent, or Google assumes that. The first thing that comes up is the map listing with reviews right there. This Google 3-pack. They better be good reviews, right? So I think in terms of immediacy, impact, eyeballs on it, it's hard to top that. I mean, over 50% of all reviews online are Google reviews.
I feel like reviews too, like that transcends every single industry. Like whether it's a movie, a video game, a place to live, a place to eat, you're always going to look at those reviews.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Very few people will buy anything without looking at reviews now. And people will say, and it's true, and there's actually logic to it. It's not just the shock value, that they trust reviews more than their family and friends. Why do they trust reviews online more than their family and friends? Because they can find a use case specific to them. Their family, what do they say? Oh yeah, I've seen that car, it looks pretty good, or whatever. You can find someone who's like, yes, I use this vehicle for this purpose and I drive this many miles on it. Whatever the product is, if there's enough reviews about it, you can find an example that speaks to you in a way that just because you know someone doesn't. It's like remote work today. We hire now from people who might be anywhere because we want the best person. Proximity does not associate necessarily with quality, right? So just because they're your friends and family doesn't mean they're the best resources. You trust them, hopefully, but there are other ways to establish that reviews are trustworthy, which is why fake reviews are such an issue that Amazon, Google, and all these folks are working so hard to stamp out, because when that credibility is undermined, that's a serious business issue for them.
One quick question for you. How important is it to bring reviews into your brand space on a website versus being off the site?
Yeah, I've done a fair amount of research in that. It's pretty interesting. If you've heard of first-party reviews, that's when you could actually allow people to leave the review on your site. And that's opposed to embedded reviews, which a lot of reviews allow you to pull directly from the third-party site onto yours. Embedded reviews, there's a group that's really fascinating out of Denmark called Baymert Institute. That they've done 90,000 hours of UX research on questions like this. Embedded reviews are considered far more trustworthy than first-party reviews. The only thing that'll make a first-party review considered as trustworthy is if you prominently display negative reviews. If you as a brand are willing to prominently display your negative reviews on your own site, that builds trust. If it's all 5-star reviews and it's your controlled environment, then it's not trusted at all. Don't even do it. You want to encourage people. Can anyone leave a 1-star review? It would help me. It's the truth. Whereas an embedded review has inherent trust because you're directly pulling it from a third-party site. So yes, people, you want to pull that. And of course, there's the whole issue of review gating. So you have to be very careful not to hand select only positive reviews when you embed. Most of the tools like Bird Eye don't allow that anymore because that's against Google's policies. And in fact, the FTC last year or earlier this year fined a company $4 million for doing that, for selectively, the company was Fashion Nova?
Yes, Fashion.
Yeah, for selectively not displaying negative reviews that had been left as first-party reviews on its site. So it's gotten the government's attention simply because review sites have become so powerful.
What was the name of the company?
Fashion Nova.
Fashion Nova.
I think it's 2 words. And that's the first time that's ever happened, but probably won't be the last.
You mentioned a stat, and I misunderstood. That's when I asked something around 30% of persons are not going to go to your website. Are you talking about zero-click search results when you were giving that number, as far as they wouldn't go to your property before they make a decision, or what was that?
If you look, you'll see it's different for every company and every search, branded search. But if you look at your branded searches in Google Search Console, you'll see that there's a lot more people that search for your brand, which you might rank number 1 for, than actually click through to your brand. So maybe I've searched for your brand, but then I look at that Google business profile and I find that more interesting. Or I skip past your site because you're just going to be talking about how great you are, and I go to step below to your Glassdoor reviews where your employees say you're terrible, or the one below that, which is the most prominent review site in your space. That's what people believe more today. You have to establish credibilities through third parties before they're going to really pay much attention to what you say about yourself.
Any other questions? One other question was dovetailing off this first one. So if there's a sort of a quick thing, let's just say reviews are one thing. I wouldn't say it's easy, but there's a lot to it. What are sort of maybe some medium level effort branding considerations and then long-term effort branding considerations for anybody here who might actually be promoting their own business or a small client business, small medium-sized business?
Well, personally, I know from being in PR and doing media relations stuff that's gotten harder and harder and harder. That is high effort. It used to be so much easier because there's so few reporters now covering stuff. The audiences are fragmented. So many things make it hard. So when I find something easy in that space, I gravitate to it. So if you've heard of Forbes Councils, Fast Company Executive Board, there's a group called the Community Company that works with these media brands to create sponsored content that doesn't look like sponsored content. It just looks like, this is a membership organization that this person was qualified to be in. That's a trust signal. And then they have access to be able to write byline articles in Forbes, in Fast Company, in Newsweek, in Rolling Stone, in Dallas Business Journal. And for the most part, these appear in Google News. They appear in LinkedIn, mentioned in the news. Your contact was in the news, just like any other news placement. That is a guaranteed placement that is completely above board. I'm not a fan of some of the under the table payments and things that are against Google's policy. You don't need to do those things to have success. But that's something I would encourage folks to look in. A Forbes membership, Fast Company membership, $2,000 a year. And the best one might be Entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is $1,000 a year. Sometimes they put you on hold. If you apply, they won't let you in right away because I guess they can only service so many people at a time. And I've had stuff. I think I have something on their homepage that they liked it for some reason. It's been sitting there for like 2 months. Near the bottom of their homepage, something about ways to a perfect pitch or something. It was, look at it and see if you can tell it's sponsored content. You can't. These media companies need money. They need money. They need it. And they're trying to walk that line between how do I maintain what's my most valuable asset, which is my credibility as a brand, with earning the revenues I need to maintain the staff and to continue. It's a constant balancing act. But if you put too much of an advertorial thing on all of it, no one's going to go to it, no one's going to use it, and then no one will pay for it. So this is a balancing act that all these media outlets are doing. My point of view is I'm going to follow the media outlets rules, and if what Entrepreneur does, if your content is good enough, they're going to give it more play. It'll keep it on the homepage. If it's crap, it may never appear on the homepage, and it'll be in the bowels of the Entrepreneur website. So you have a lot of control over the visibility based on the quality, but the visitors to the site don't necessarily know it's a paid access program. But without the paid access, you could spend months banging your head against the wall to try to get some staff writer or entrepreneur to pay attention to you. So go the easier route.
I have one quick question. Brand searches, just a quick poll here, everybody. When you work with your clients or in-house, how many of you report regularly on brand lifted search? A handful. Do you think that for companies, in terms of their search performance, that maybe they should be looking a little bit closer at what they're getting in terms of brand and correlating that search interest to brand growth?
Yeah, that's what we report. When we do branding and public relations, that's one of the key metrics we report is we hope to create an increase in branded search traffic. Because in many cases, it's not like a digital PR program where you can say, hey, can you put a link in there? You can't call the New York Times if they mention you and ask them to put in a link. They will block you and they'll never answer your email again. So it's a different deal there. So, but over time, it's going to lift the branded search result. That if you're doing a good enough job with your visibility program. So we actually use in public relations programs. The main thing we look at in when we look at the analytics is the branded search.
Any other questions? All right, we've got one back there.
For those of us who don't have unbelievable connections with publication or there's, wide network of amazing folks, what are some tools or tips you think to try and get some of this from feedback?
Well, first I would tell you the relationships are not as big an advantage as you think, because I learned this because I'd been in journalism for 6 years before I started. And the first friend that I tried to pitch said, "You're trying to sell me something?" I was like, I better have a good story, right? And if it's a good story, it's going to sell whether they know you or not. And then once you've sold them one good story, they'll open your emails after that. So don't feel like, oh, it's all about relationships. It's typically about researching the report. So I would say like a big theme in this book is the importance of targeting and knowing your audience. Otherwise, the world is just too big and fragmented and you can't prioritize. But if you know your audience, you might identify that dozen reporters that really matter. Get to know them. It's not a media list of 200 people like people used to send out to, and I guess some still do. It's like in your space for your audience, who's most important. And start with, we all like personalization, right? Would you like Netflix as much if it didn't recommend movies to you? No one wants a blind pitch or a pitch that doesn't suggest, oh, I read your last story. In fact, I've read your last 10 stories. And I put these ideas together and I was thinking about this. That's just going to be like, that's what reporters want more than anything. They often don't get that kind of feedback, that someone has actually read and cared about what they wrote, thought about that, and then suggested a story idea. And yes, it takes a hell of a lot more time than sending out a wire release. But you can send out a wire release for $1,000 or $2,000 to thousands of people and get no coverage beyond syndication of the press release. But if you work on half dozen, a dozen people in a sincere way, hopefully you're working in a space where you either have or can gain a true interest in it, then that's how the relationships develop. And they'll start to trust you to provide them good information, and you can become a source for them. But there's no shortcut to that. The only shortcut is not wasting your time doing it with the outlets and the publications and the people that don't matter as much to your brand or your client. You got to prioritize.
Great. We're at the top of the hour. If you have any other questions, you can ask Scott after the session. Let's give him a big round of applause. Scott Perrier. Thank you, Scott.
Man, I would love it if anyone reads the book. My email address is sbarrel@ideagrove.com, or I also have scott@trustsignals.com. Leave a message. I just love the feedback right now. It just came out last week, and I'm excited to talk about it. If you ever want just some free consulting advice on something, if you want to talk about trust signals, we can hop on the phone anytime and talk through stuff. I don't mind talking about maybe a client or company issue you're dealing with. I like looking at all that stuff through this filter, so I'm happy to do that anytime.
One quick question
Thanks.
for you, Scott.
coming session. Erica is in the client services role at Viewpoint. They are a firm based in Denver that focuses on local. She got her background with PPC, started off there before she transitioned into client services. And you are in for a great presentation. She has been preparing for months. And as one of the organizers here, she was actually one of the first people to send me her presentation. So I know it's going to be packed full of information, and I am super excited to learn.
So much. Awesome. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. All right. We all need a claim to fame, and responding to emails within 5 minutes is my personal one. But, I'm working on growing out of that. But awesome. So I am going to talk today about making the most of small-scale budgets on Google Ads, obviously. But first of all, a little bit about me. I'm Erica. As we mentioned, I did start out my career in paid search. But I'm an extrovert, so a few months into those 8-hour days of looking at Excel spreadsheets and negative keywords, I was ready to implode. So I pivoted to the client services world so that I could talk to people about paid search and paid social and programmatic and everything under the digital realm. So that is a little bit about me. Paid search is still, I kind of have a sweet spot for it in my heart above the other channels, but don't tell my media manager I said that. Awesome. So a little bit about who Viewpoint Ad is and why they sent me out here today. We are a small advertising agency based out in Louisville, which is a small town in Colorado, in between Boulder and Denver. And so we do more in Colorado than just hike and go ski. We do digital services. So we are a couple of things. We are primarily a digital services agency. So we offer all of the marketing services that probably are coming to mind: paid search, paid social, SEO, organic social, blog content, a lot of the very foundational tactics that a lot of clients really need help with. We also consider ourselves somewhat of an expert in local. I actually started out my career working on Sephora and OpenTable, which was extremely fun and extremely stressful, and I had a great taste for those national clients. But I have found that working with local clients is extremely satisfying and extremely rewarding, and we like to take clients and help them win in their local space. And then we can take that client, let's say a dentist out in Louisville, Colorado, where we live, and we can take the learnings about what works for his office and grow a dentist here in Richardson, Texas. Because even though that dentist is in Colorado, what we know about their audience and how that works is going to perform in another audience as well. And then we also are somewhat of a publisher. We like to put out short, helpful articles for people about new things in paid search. We just put out an article about GA4 because that, if you're wincing when you hear that, like me, because you just don't know about it yet and you're scared of it, we just put out an article about that, what to expect with Performance Max. Those campaigns just shifted over. So, or, light reading. If you can't fall asleep at night, you can read about the latest digital marketing service news. All right, so going back to that dentist office I talked about earlier, if you think about someone like a dental office somewhere like Richardson, they want to get more patients in the door out of Richardson and maybe the Dallas area, but that's probably it. Their budget is not going to be expansive. Paid search is a really strong tactic for people with smaller budgets and clients utilizing a little bit of a smaller media spend, because paid search is a tool where someone has already raised their hand that they are in your network. And so it's imperative to capture them when they have raised their hand. So how can we help that dentist and his small budget actually be successful on Google Ads? We've had a lot of clients who have said, I've ran in the past and I didn't see any results, and then they're hesitant to run in the future. That's bad. We've had clients who ran paid search for months and they got a crap ton of leads, but they don't know how any of them performed. That's bad too. Going into a couple of the key takeaways from today and just some of the really important foundational tips to help advertisers be successful on Google Ads would be setting the foundation. Raise your hand in here if you live in a house. Cool. How many of you would have moved into that house if they literally never poured the foundation? Nobody. We got one. We're willing to risk it over here. But We believe that the foundation of a paid search campaign is so, so important before you even start sending any media dollars anywhere. To have a really cleanly set up foundational campaign to start from is extremely important. More on that later. We're also going to talk about landing pages because I've been in the paid search game for a while and I don't think landing pages are talked about enough. We talk a lot about paid search ads, ad copy, ad extensions, assets, now they're called, but we don't talk enough about the landing pages that we're sending them to. We don't want to lose someone after that click because we worked really hard to get that click. So we're going to talk about the landing page that you're sending them to and why it's just as important as the rest of your ad. And then how to make your reporting work for you. Reporting is not just to send out to your client once a week or once a month. Reporting can work for you, whether it be Google Alerts, that's a version of reporting, setting up your own benchmarks to compare against, to hold yourself accountable to. So making your reporting do some of the heavy lifting for you. Awesome. So starting off with the fact that foundation is key. I got a little cut off on the side, but I don't think there's any really important content in the 10% on the right over there. So setting the foundation is key for paid search campaigns. Part of that is setting those objectives ahead of time, because once you've started sending media dollars to a campaign, your canoe is already going down the river and it's really hard to steer. So it's really important to set clear objectives ahead of time. That starts with understanding what your client's primary KPIs are. I know that sounds so simple, but it's such an important topic to hammer down really early on before launching any campaigns. What are some examples of KPIs that you guys work with for your clients? Form fills? Phone calls? Sales, lead gen? Yep, totally. We have had several scenarios, and I could probably close my eyes and spin my roulette wheel of clients and point to one that at one time or another has come to us and wanted to get a campaign going for brand awareness. We want to make sure we cover our brand terms. If someone searches for us, we have to be there. Got it. We can do that on Google Ads for sure. We get it launched, we're going, 1 quarter in, we get an email. Where are our leads? I'm sure many of you have found yourself in the same situation. It's very important to hammer in those primary KPIs ahead of time. If you and your client both know that you're going for brand coverage and brand coverage only, those conversations moving forward and the expectations of what's going to come out of those campaigns is a much smoother relationship on both sides. Forecasting is also not just for Al Roker. Forecasting is extremely important for paid search campaigns because there are a lot of tools out there that can help you know what the paid search landscape is going to look like before you actually launch any campaigns. So something that I do like to point out, and that's always important to keep in mind, is paid search is pulling people. When they've raised a hand, you're not necessarily getting to push what you want. So just because the client has identified a certain product as, this is our hot product right now, we gotta sell this product, you cannot make people search for it. So forecasting is really important. You can use Google keyword forecasting to look at historical trends, search volume, and everything like that to know ahead of time what is the landscape going to look like. You can look at just Richardson, Texas, and look at terms like emergency dental near me, if it's that dentist that we were talking about earlier, and you can see low, medium, or high competition and the search volume for those terms. Because, you know, Dr. Eric might have identified that whitening is what he wants to focus on right now. Everyone needs to get their teeth whitened. It's the hottest thing at Richardson Dentistry. Whitening might have low search volume, and there is nothing we can do to increase whitening search volume within paid search. There's brand awareness on Instagram, but there are other sessions for that. But once you have forecasted, you can set much better expectations of what they're going to expect on their paid search journey, because it's really important to know if there is low search volume for a term and set those expectations. The flip side of that, high search volume, high competition. You can already predate things like higher CPCs ahead of time, knowing how infiltrated the space is before you launch any campaigns. Any questions so far? I like a Q&A throughout, so if anyone has any questions, please let me know. Or if I keep saying a word that you don't know, please. I'm not Merriam or Webster, but I can probably help. This is Tom. He's a client of ours. No, it's a stock photo of a golden retriever. But this is a metaphor that I got from a mentor of mine that I like to steal. And that is that, like Google Ads and the other platforms, Facebook, Instagram, they're much like a golden retriever. Well-trained, good dog, you throw a ball, fetch it, bring it back to you. They're awesome at it. It's what they do. It's what they want to do all day long. Google wants to go get you leads. Google wants to go find your keywords. However, you can only throw one ball and it can only bring one ball back to you at the same time. You introduce another ball and it's another campaign, which is another budget. So this is something that's really important and foundational to preset before you launch campaigns, is that one campaign can only deliver one objective. I might get this tattooed on my body. It's a maybe. But it's really, really important to remember because you can do it all. You can have the brand awareness and you can get the lead gen. You just need more than one campaign. Sometimes there's not going to be the budget for that. That's why it's important, those primary KPIs. Okay, is a lead form the most important thing above all else? Then we can send our golden retriever to go get the lead forms. But if you also want him to get phone calls, we need to get another golden retriever. Now I just want to go pet my dog. Awesome. Any questions on campaigns and objectives or anything like that so far? Awesome. Cool. So tracking is something that usually is not talked about enough, tracking and analytics. It's extremely important for all channels, but when you're working with smaller clients with smaller budgets, no amount of money is a small amount of money. No amount of money can be wasted on a conversion that you don't know where it went. So you need to track everything pretty scrupulously right from the beginning to know exactly what your media dollars are doing. Because at the end of the day, as an agency, we work with a lot of VPs of marketing. They know that paid search is foundational and they know that paid search works. I need to give them the tools to tell the CMO that paid search works. So by having your tracking in place, you can prove out your tactic. So being able to track things like conversions, track a form fill, take credit for that form fill. We've had clients come to us and are leaving maybe a previous agency because they weren't happy with reporting or they weren't reporting well on conversions. That always confuses me because we love taking credit for the conversions that we get our clients, and I think everyone should. And so if you're tracking everything correctly, you can prove out that paid search is working because you want to spend your time optimizing campaigns, testing performance max maybe, and other things. You don't want to spend your time having to get on meetings saying, yes, you do need to continue running paid search. So if you set those expectations and track everything correctly from the beginning, it hopefully should save some time down the road. And then conversions are also really important for optimizing platforms. So even if it is a button click on your homepage, that's a conversion. On the landing page that you're sending them to, that's a conversion. And you want to optimize to that conversion. So if you're not tracking it properly, you can't optimize for it. So that's why tracking is important. Any tracking questions? Awesome. All right, quality score and ad assets. We all know what these words mean, but they are so important at the beginning, especially when clients don't have a lot of money in the space because they need to be performing well consistently with the ads that they have. A couple ways to do that. Max out quality score. We're going to have a whole section about landing pages, so I won't get too much into that, but as we all know, landing pages are a huge part of an ad's quality score. So we'll get more into that in a little bit. Ad assets. I used to, at the first agency I worked at, I used to send everyone this vine of this man saying, it's free real estate, if anyone knows what I'm talking about. That is how I like to look at ad extensions, now known as assets. They are not necessarily free real estate, but they are clearance real estate. They are so cost effective. So we really recommend just maxing out the extensions that you're running an ad with, because if Google doesn't like them, it just won't show them. It will show as many as right for mobile and as many as right for desktop. So you want to make sure that you have the full option for both of them and give Google options to play with, because the more copy and the more assets that you provide Google, it's still like a golden retriever. The more fun it'll have and the more it can play with. And so maxing out your ad assets, call out extensions. You can make structured snippets relevant for anything. I know sometimes it's tough. It's like, am I a catalog? Am I services? But sometimes you have to get a little creative with them. But site links, image extensions are out of beta now. And we have found that image extensions are extremely powerful because, as we know, Google search or Bing or any search platform is not a visual first medium. So if you are running a dental office and you have a striking photo of a before and after of a smile, and other dentists have no images, that's going to send you so much more traffic because it's giving them something visual to engage with. So maxing out image extensions is something that we have really liked playing with for our clients, and we have not seen anything but positive impact from image extensions. Awesome. All right, really important, budgeting for your campaigns, since this is about making the most of small scale budgets. Something that is always hard to explain, and patience is not a quality that I would consider a strong one in myself. And so I totally understand this. Time is money. After you launch a campaign, and especially when it's a small budget, you have to give it time to collect learnings, not just to properly exit the learning phase, but even beyond that. Because when you're working with a small budget or a small number of clicks, you need to gather more data to be able to actually see the story of what's going on in your campaigns. It can be really tempting. Day 4 of the campaign, this keyword is performing so well, I'm going to break it out. Don't do it yet. You got to wait. If it's performing well, that could just be because 6 out of 8 people liked it that day, but that's not really that much. Tomorrow, it could tank. So it's better to wait and give your campaigns time. Setting those expectations with the client is very difficult. That's why it's good to talk about this at the beginning when you're setting those KPIs and when you're forecasting search volume. We like to even just let them know how long Google's learning period is, and then also let them know that we recommend an additional 2 weeks on top of that before making any changes to the campaigns. So, 2 weeks. Yeah, nice vacation, basically. A good month after launching is a really good yardstick or rule of thumb. Yeah, it's kind of like a house plant. You really just got to water it and give it love and let it grow. Great question, thank you. And then additionally, determining a cost per action is really important because that ties really closely to your daily budget. You need to be able to drive at least 1 action per day, or you're not going to be able to drive any in a day with your campaign's daily budget. So determining how much you're willing to pay for that lead form or phone call ahead of time will help you have a good idea of daily budgets. This is more for when you're ongoing and optimizing the campaigns for small budgets. Again, cost per lead during that first month might be really high. Google is learning. The first month is always going to be tumultuous and a little bit volatile. There are occasionally those campaigns that just take off like a rocket, and those are unicorns, and they're lovely and good for them. But most campaigns need that month to 6 weeks to really get going. And then once you determine what your cost per action is, you can really identify what a solid daily budget is to make sure that you can drive in at least 1 action per day. If you're doing something like phone calls, you can probably drive in multiple. Awesome. So that was pretty much it on the foundational pieces. But I talked a little bit about landing pages earlier because, like I said, I believe that where you're sending an ad is equally, if not more, hot take, important than the ad itself. Because, as this slide says, ads really can only function as well as the landing page that they're driving to. Another metaphor. A well set up landing page should fetch your leads for you, like our golden retriever friend. A landing page should be something that is so easy for the user to click to call, fill out the form fill, or go to that button that you want them to go to, because searchers online are lazy. They are. They don't want to spend a long time looking for something, and they've already type something into Google, decided that your ad is the ad they want to click on. You've only got a little bit of time left. So you want to make sure that your landing page engages them with what they are. Part of that is making sure that you are matching the messaging in your ad with the messaging on your landing page. This will also help your RSA, responsive search ad score, because the more keywords in your RSAs and the more ad copy that's incorporated on your landing page, the healthier and the better performing your ad is, and the better Google is going to like it, and the more they're going to show it. So having a landing page that does the heavy lifting for you is really important. You don't want them to have to scroll a few times to get to the form. You don't want them to have to look around for the phone number. Making it really, really clear and making it so they almost can't resist filling out that form fill or clicking on that phone call is really important, because you've put a lot of time and client money into running these ads. And so you don't want to lose people right when you've just got things going. So how many of you work with the web team for your clients or for your business? Awesome. I love that, because it is really important. Landing pages can be optimized just as frequently as ad copy, because it's always changing and you can always learn what people are engaging with. You can take away fields from your form fill if people aren't coming in. You can add fields if you're getting unqualified leads. That's all on the landing page. So optimizing your landing page as frequently as your keywords and copy is really important, because, like I said, you worked hard to get them there and you want to keep them. I talked about some of this, but yeah, that message matching, you want it to just be a seamless experience between the keyword, the ad, and the landing page. Now, again, the client may have a different idea, or you as a business owner might even have a different idea of what your number one priority that you want to get out there right now is. That's what your regular homepage is for, and your service pages are for. Landing pages set up specifically for ads for primary KPIs need to match the ad experience. We have clients where there's different pages for different campaigns. That's something that can see really great success, because the more you can match your landing page to your keywords and ad copy, the better experience and the higher conversion rates you're going to see. I said, things like making users scroll down, click too many buttons, and they will drop off. The easier it is for them to just jump through that hoop right away, and the more responses that you're going to see come in. I talked a little bit about forms, but we have seen the more fields you add to a form, the less willing people are to submit that form. It's really crazy what a matter of like milliseconds of someone's attention can win and lose in the paid search world. Awesome. Any questions on landing pages? Cool. All right. So reporting isn't just for the client. It's awesome for the client and it's integral for the client, but it is also for your paid media team. Things like alerts, benchmarks, goals, budget alerting are huge. So I just am curious, how many of you, what's the cadence that you do reporting? Do you give weekly reporting, monthly reporting? Monthly? I love to hear that. Monthly is awesome. Quarterly for small budgets can be even better. Usually a good rule of thumb is the smaller the budget, the bigger the date range that you should report on, because you're just not going to get enough traffic in a week over week view. We have several clients that, get a handful of leads every week, and 3 to 6 looks like their business has just rocketed into the stratosphere, but it's just 3 to 6. So a larger date range will help those percentages not be as dramatic. And so I'll talk a little bit more specifically on the next slide, but making your reporting work for your paid media team, what I'm talking about here is primarily utilizing Google's API alerts. There are a lot of built-in alerts that you can use for things like a campaign isn't getting any impressions. Why is that? Where's the break in the chain? Where did we lose them on tracking? A campaign isn't spending. Did the client's card get rejected? We've had that happen plenty of times. Google doesn't send you an email usually right off the bat when a card is declined. You have to log in and see the red bar at the top that there's an issue with your payment method. There's an alert for that. Things like negative keywords that are blocking your actual keywords that you want to show from showing. There are alerts for that. There are also, Google is very friendly with scripts. So if I have any SQL heads in the room, nope, all right. If anyone on your team is a SQL head, take them out to lunch and have them write some scripts for you, because you can do some really cool custom scripting for alerts within the Google Ads API. And then third-party tools that you can layer on top of Google Ads. Search Ads 360 has a lot of really fancy reports and alerts, but Google itself does have a good handful to be utilized. Any questions on that? Yep. They do. Yes, that's a great resource. Search Engine Land, you can literally copy and paste the SQL into Google for things like budget alerts, impression alerts, and everything like that. I also, if you are like a team of one working on a client, the Google Ads app is actually available in the App Store, and it's pretty cool. And you can then get alerts on your phone as well. You can have them set up to Slack you. All of this to say is, when you're working with a $1,700 a month budget, $5 is a pretty good chunk of that, and you can't afford to miss that. So you need to know in real time when there's an issue in your campaign, and by setting up alerts, you can know when something is happening within your campaigns and fix it right away. Because the Walmarts and the Targets of the world, they can have an ad go dark for a few hours, but Dr. Eric, the dentist, cannot. So reporting really should be about the bottom line and how your marketing is contributing to business goals. Now, those may not be the same thing. We have plenty of examples where a marketing goal can be brand awareness, again, but the business goal is actually sales. Still, how is our brand awareness? What are we seeing? Are we seeing any lift year over year, quarter over quarter? Reporting for the bottom line of what matters most for the client, because people who don't spend their entire day in paid search can get lost in click-through rate, impressions. At this point, in this day and age, eyeballs on an ad don't really matter. We want to know what happened with that ad. And so succinct reporting that really gets down to what matters most for the client is really important and something to really focus on. This is where you can bring in those KPIs that you talked about months and months and months ago with your client, and make sure that you're only reporting on KPIs that they want to see, because a lot of clients may not care about clicks. They want to know conversions. Some may not care about conversions and they just want to know the web traffic that they're getting. So it's really important to understand, sit down with your client and say, okay, Beth, what do you want to see? We got to show what works for you. Wider date ranges, as I mentioned earlier, are really important because, like I said, 3 to 6 looks huge. We have clients with smaller budgets that we still might have a weekly report for, and we kind of say, like, use with caution. It can be sort of a compass, but weekly reporting really should never be the standard, especially when clients have a smaller budget. You want to look at a month or a quarter, and then once you've maintained year and year over year benchmarking against yourself is really important, because when you're dealing with smaller budgets, you just need more data to be able to actually see the whole picture, because you can kind of get spooked by a boogeyman that's just week over week metrics. And then industry benchmarks. How many of you guys use like WordStream benchmarks? Nice, a good amount. They can be helpful. They can also be conflated with advertisers with massive budgets, which are not exactly fair to compare to Dr. Eric. He's trying his best. So by using those benchmarks, they can be a helpful guidepost. If you're even competitive with CPCs of these massive brands that actually contribute to the WordStream benchmarks, that's a good sign. If you're nowhere close, it's because your budget is 1/10 of theirs. So you get what I'm saying. Industry benchmarks are kind of helpful, but the most helpful is benchmarking against your own campaigns, month over month, year over year when you get there, because then you're benchmarking against your own KPIs and your own success. And it's not Dr. Eric competing against all of Aspen Dental. Awesome. So just kind of summing it all up, setting your foundation. starting strong from the top with your ad copy, with your keywords, and by making sure that you have negative keywords in place. You don't want your spend going places that it shouldn't go. Make sure that your tracking is set up correctly. Landing page, users online, they're lazy. You got to make them jump through that hoop really quickly, give them what they're looking for, and get them to convert before you lose them, basically. We literally just talked about reporting, but making your reporting work for you, between alerts for yourself to fix things in real time. I once was pausing campaigns while in the National Archives in DC, and I got kicked out because they thought I was trying to take a photo of the Declaration of Independence, but I was pausing Google Ads campaigns. So Google Ads app is your friend. Hopefully it's not your only friend, but it's a good friend indeed. And that is pretty much it. There's obviously a lot more to be said about Google. All of this can be applied to Bing or Microsoft Ads. I know Google accounts for 86% of search traffic, but Bing exists. So this can be applied on there as well. And that's it. I'd love to take any questions.
Give one more round of applause. I also want to mention that this room is sponsored by IDEA Grove. They are a PR agency based here in Dallas, so if you want to check them out, show them a little love. And thank you for sponsoring. But any additional questions for Erica?
So, in context, one of the clients I work with is a dog daycare thing, and they open up locations pretty frequently, and they do have these smaller sort of budgets. We've recently started talking more about putting an awareness tactic in them, even though there's a bit of a smaller budget with doing YouTube or social or something like that. Do you think that's something that should be considered more frequently in regards to like these growing these brands? So you can come in, Dr. Eric's like, hey, I don't really done any advertising before. You know, where do I kind of start? Do we talk about the awareness first and then consideration with the Google clicks? What are your thoughts on that?
Totally. Awesome. I didn't want to interrupt you by saying yes too fast to your brand awareness consideration question, but yes, brand awareness will never not be important. Something like organic social layered on top of paid search can be so important. We have seen clients that have been running on paid search for a long time, and then they start investing in their organic efforts, and they do see increases over time in paid search because, like I mentioned, paid search is pulling people once they've raised a hand. Organic and brand awareness is pushing out to them so that they know about you so they can find you when they do raise a hand as well. And so that's awesome. And then branded terms to make sure you are at the top when someone is searching for branded terms. That's, some people define that as brand awareness, brand coverage, kind of one and the same, but that's also really important. But yes, without brand awareness, paid search will always hit a point of diminishing returns. Awesome. Any other questions?
So you're doing on Dr. Eric's foundation. How do you determine the actual keyword match types to actually start out?
That's a great question. So we like to start broad and narrow in, usually. Sometimes it can be fun to start with DSAs, depending on the landing pages that you're working with for your client, and then let the DSAs tell you what's working. But that's usually when they have a little extra dough to play with. So when it's a smaller, more compact budget, keyword forecasting and keyword research ahead of time is so important. And then also plugging your website into the keyword planner and letting Google tell you what you're ranking for is a very important tool, because you might be ranking on search for keywords that you didn't even know you were killing it on. And so letting Google crawl your site within the keyword planner ahead of time will let you know. And then depending on the competition level, you can play around with, okay, I think I'm going to go exact match for my brand terms because I feel confident about those, but I don't really know everyone's intent yet on the non-brand side. So we're going to go broad for non-brand, see what's performing. About a month in, bring them over to exact match. Does that help answer your question? Thank you. Any other questions? Yes.
Is there ever a budget that's too small where you say it's just not worth your time?
That's a really, really good question. Yes. However, I don't have a cut and clear answer for you because it depends on the industry, region, and competition level. You can see something as small as like an $800 budget, $800 a month budget work for a client if they're focused on specific keywords in a small area and don't have a lot of competition. That same budget might not work if you just change the city. Same level of competition, just a different place. So you really, again, I know I keep talking about forecasting, and I considered going to meteorology school, but I didn't. But it really is important to look at things like forecasting and keyword volume, because if you're seeing high keyword volume, there's going to be higher CPCs, and it is going to cost more to own those terms. And so usually 800 to 1200 is a minimum for local clients that are running in a specific area. For national campaigns, this is all my personal opinion, by the way, feel free to fight me. I would say 1800 to 2000 is better for a small keyword national campaign for niche keywords. Awesome. Any other questions?
I'm just curious, what are some of your favorite alerts? What was the alert that you got kicked out of?
That was, great question. 0 spend in 24 hours on a campaign. Uh-oh, something is wrong there. Why aren't we spending? Bad boy, gotta fix that. So that was worth pulling. I did not know it was illegal to have your phone out in the National Archives, but I wasn't gonna post the Declaration of Independence on my Instagram, but anyway, great question. Oh, good point. Yes. Totally. This is really random, but a tip, we have found that square images perform really well for image extensions because it kind of mimics what someone would see basically on Instagram. And it's turning paid search into kind of more social of a platform. So square images, we usually run like 4 to 6 images at a time, see what's top performing, take out the 2 bottom 2 and put in 2 new ones. We recommend looking at things like that, image extensions, ad copy, on about a quarterly basis because you don't want to pause a keyword or change out an ad too quick because it might actually perform really well and it just needed a little bit more time to show you that. So when you're removing things or changing things, we usually look at about a quarterly level. Totally. Pretty tried and true. We have seen that people tend to perform well in images. People like to see people. We're a narcissistic breed. And so, just kidding. But people do like to see people. So human beings perform really well in images. Dogs perform really well in images. Basically, the more striking, the more contrast, because it is small. It's just a little square on the search results page. So you don't want a family reunion photo of 50 people where you're not going to be able to see what any of them look like. A more kind of broad, like a yacht or a specific meal on a plate, like something that is identifiable and that someone can see exactly what they're getting. Less complex. You cannot have like a logo or text on the image, so you can't do things like a CTA in the image on an image extension. So it really is just kind of the simpler the better when it comes to image extensions, and then just test because all of this changes every single day, and what I'm telling you right now might not be true tomorrow. So just throw 5 to 7 in there and let Google tell you what's kicking ass. Sorry. Yes.
Price extensions. I know with some we've tested it. Sometimes it works better because we have a lower price in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just test it in areas where they even have higher prices, just for like the transparency effect. Like, how do you feel about price extensions?
Price extensions, to your point, if you have the best prices in the area, they are a huge selling point for clients, and especially it provides a level of transparency that users really like to see, to not have to click into the ad to show the price. So it automatically positions you as a very honest brand, and you're giving them all the information they need right away. That can work to and from your detriment, because if your prices are higher than what a user is comfortable paying, you may wish that you hadn't shown them your price right away, take them to your snazzy landing page, and the price won't matter as much. So I know that's not a helpful answer, but it really does depend on how competitive their prices are in the industry. And for larger ticket priced items, like we work with a company that charters yachts, I'm not going to do a $7,500 price extension because people don't want to see that. But if you, for like an overnight at the dog boarding, that's probably a competitive and compelling price extension to throw on. Awesome, good question. All right.
You talked about like brand versus non-brand. Obviously, you know, clients that are like, I don't want to brand because I'm going to get those people anyways, right? What is your opinion on brand and how you try to convince a client that it's not necessarily just about, oh, I'm right person or I brand, organically, I don't.
That is a great question. I have arm wrestled many a client over bidding on their own brand terms. Many will see it as fruitless, and some you may never change their mind. But there will be a competitor that will bid on their brand terms if they are not doing it, no matter the space. Someone will identify, oh, this brand is not bidding on their own brand terms. That's easy. That's an easy win for someone else. So what might seem like an insignificant loss for your client could be a huge win for their competitor. So when they are able to continually own their brand terms, it's really important. And you can consistently use exact match to own your own brand terms, unless your company name, we have a client where the actual company name could be considered a non-brand term. And so we run it as an exact match, and then we have variants based on intent in our non-brand campaign. And so making sure that you own your brand terms, it's a hard fight to fight, and a lot of clients are extremely resistant. You don't want to be having that conversation when they've hit the point of diminishing returns because they haven't been owning their brand terms. It is better and it's more cost efficient. We all know the old, it's easier, it costs less to keep a current client than to get a new client. It costs less to always own your brand terms than lose them and have to get them back. Sorry.
What are your thoughts on bidding on competitor terms and talking to clients about?
So I personally think conquesting is really fun on paid search. You got to be a little petty and it can be really fun. However, it is for really big budgets. Conquesting is for the Sephoras of the world who are going to conquest Ulta because their return and their ROAS from all of their other campaigns is so high that they just have testing budget now. And that is an option. Conquesting is an option if you have been able to prove an ROI and you are seeing a return on your ads. You can tell your client, or you can look at that return as a testing budget to do things like conquesting. It's hard, and it's gotten harder over the years as Google has defaulted to things like RSAs. When we could run expanded text ads, it didn't matter as much if it was your competitor's name in your ad versus yours. It's hard now to put your competitor's name in your ads because they're not going to see that on your landing page. And you may not be bidding on your competitor's keywords, and then your keywords aren't incorporated into your landing page or your ad copy. So my basically, long story short, opinion of conquesting is it's great if you can do it properly, and I don't recommend it until it can be a fully fleshed out, thought out campaign with a dedicated landing page that has those terms on it that you can drive to. If you're just gonna try to throw some dollars at competitors' terms, those dollars are not going to do anything. It's like just removing them from the budget. So those are my thoughts on conquesting. Yeah.
So kind of to piggyback off of his question, as client services, you fight a lot of battles, I'm guessing, in educating people about paid search. What have been some of your most effective arguments to educate?
That's a great question. Great question. Some of the things I touched on today, I would say explaining that paid search is hand raisers. Google Ads is giving you people who have raised their hand, that they want something within your industry, that they want something related to your product or like your product. So with all of the efforts that you could do across programmatic or Facebook to push your product out to people, why not pull them in when they're already raising a hand? That is one that has been pretty compelling to advertisers. And then just kind of, let's try it. Let's run for 12 weeks and see what happens, because you sometimes do have to just prove it out. And so that's a little bit of a trickier one because you have to have some level of trust. But yeah, getting them in case studies are also really important. Case studies from your own agency, case studies from clients like theirs who maybe were not running on paid search and then launched on paid search. There are things that you can look at to see how much their competitors are spending on paid search, like SpyFu and Ahrefs. You can try to creep on budgets, and that's a great one thing clients don't want to hear about are their competitors and how well their competitors are doing. And so if you point out that these are tactics are things that their competitors are doing, that usually can push them in a direction or so. Awesome. Any other questions? All right. Thank you guys so much.
We're going to kick it off in here. We're probably going to get some laggards who lost track of time out in the hallway. But thank y'all for joining us. Sarah is coming to us from New Jersey, where she works for an agency, and she's the paid media director. She's got an awesome bio and an awesome presentation to talk to you about why TikTok is actually going to be perfect for you, regardless of the industry you're in. So let's give it up for her.
Thank you. Thank you. So obviously it's 2:00 on the last day of this conference. So everybody has had a lot of fun, shiny objects thrown at them. And I'm sure you guys are a little tired. So if anything, us as marketers are students of the space, and we will always be students of the space. So what I encourage you to do the next 50 minutes is to sit back, relax, and try to learn something, anything. This is going to be light. This is fun. We're not performing brain surgery, and we're talking about TikTok, which is a really fun app in itself. So just kick back, relax. I encourage you to ask a lot of questions. Interrupt me. I'm from New Jersey and I'm Italian. So I talk really fast. I talk with my hands, and I don't mind being interrupted at all. I want you to ask questions, because if you have a question, somebody else definitely has the same questions. And then we're sparking conversations. This is my first State of Search conference, and it's so nice to be able to be in rooms with marketers and totally nerd out, because I'm sure everybody else as marketers, when you go home or you're with your friends or your parents or your spouses, you can't nerd out on marketing because they have no idea what you're talking about, right? So being able to just really nerd out and have fun and meet other marketers is so exciting and fun. So without further ado, let's start. So as introduced, my name is Sarah Ciociola. I am the paid media director for an agency called PCG Digital. Our agency specializes in automotive. However, we have been branching out to other industries. So I would say about 85% of our clients are automotive and 15% are it ranges from a lot of different kinds of industries. So I have been with the company for about 4 years, but where TikTok really came in for me, and just to give you some basis on why you should even be listening to me talk about TikTok when you've never even met me before, is about a year ago, I was on my phone, obviously on TikTok, because I have to be on TikTok at least an hour before I even go to bed at night. That's how bad it is sometimes. And I was thinking to myself, oh my God, I run a social media team for a marketing agency, and we are not doing anything about TikTok. And it's certainly dealers across the automotive space and our other clients are not talking about TikTok. But most importantly, we are not talking about Generation Z, right? And Generation Z specific marketing and specific marketing strategy. So it just kind of came to me, and I went to my social media team and I was like, let's pilot this. Pick a client, any client. Let's just run with it, because nobody else is doing it. I'm pretty competitive. I like to do things first, and I like to do it right. So we piloted it for about 6 months. And during that time, we found a lot of success on the advertising side. And during that time, we were constantly, educating ourselves in the Gen Z marketing space. We were educating ourselves in organic best practices. And now we're offering it as a service for the automotive industry. And we were the first agency in the industry to offer TikTok advertising as a service. So that's something I'm really proud of. And that's kind of what we're going to go into today. But that's kind of my background, if you were wondering who the heck I am and why you need to be listening to me about TikTok. Before we get started, does anybody have maybe something that they want to learn today, or a grievance that they have with TikTok, or any comments or questions that they have? Because the second that I say, oh, I'm doing a workshop about TikTok, people are like, I hate TikTok. I don't know why people are on TikTok. I don't want to be on TikTok. I don't have a TikTok. And then I get people that are addicted to TikTok like I am and say, well, like I just said, I go on TikTok every night before bed, and I don't even think at this point I can fall asleep without going on TikTok, which is not a problem for you guys. That's a problem for myself. But how many people in this room are on TikTok just leisurely? It's an app on your phone like any other social app. Is anybody not on TikTok? Why? Who wants to share?
As a man in his 40s, is it okay for me to be on TikTok?
Dude, of course. Okay, and who are your clients? What kind of industry?
Let's say a large law firm whose clients are typically B2C, B2B, men in their 50s, 40s, women too, but they're
Okay.
business owners. They're not Generation Z.
Okay, but why aren't you on TikTok?
Well, I'm not Gen Z either. I'm organic SEO, technical SEO.
Who said you had to be Gen Z?
We you told me that most of them were. I'm just asking. That
Most of them are,
they're a
right.
broader audience.
Yes, and we will totally talk about that. Anybody else why they're not on TikTok?
I track people for a living. I tend to not use very many apps at all because I don't like the data that they collect.
Yeah, very valid. Anybody else? You don't want to be tracked?
Well, I mean, I do this for a living all day long. So the last thing that I want to do when I come home is the same thing that I do.
Totally. I wish I felt the same. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Cool. So today we're going to be talking a little bit about Generation Z specific marketing. And if you listen to my panel, the panel I was on this morning, you heard a little bit about that. So we're going to elaborate on that a little bit. How to get started on TikTok, and then paid advertising and how to measure the success of the paid advertising on this platform. 4 previous workshops that I've done about Facebook and Instagram. As a marketer, I am very passionate, you could say, about measuring success correctly. For everybody else who's a marketer in the room, you could probably agree that when you have clients who are doing marketing on said platform and they're not measuring it successfully, they're thinking that it's failing, but they just don't know how to measure it correctly. So we're going to go into how to measure paid advertising success on an organic and a paid front. So Generation Z is your next consumer. Is anybody doing anything specific, whether your client focus or your in-house marketing focus, that is specific to Generation Z? No? Nobody? Yes. Okay.
Very much aware where that generation is and wanting to connect with them now and in the future.
Cool. Yeah.
I technically work in an employment agency.
Okay.
That specifically, well, kind of handles a whole lot of hourly positions at like major restaurant chains and whatnot. So
Mhm.
you see generally a shift in how the job ads are being presented, going forward, considering they're now within the time frame of the working at these days.
Yeah, that's a great one. Anybody else doing anything specific? Yes.
And the social threat, we're asking like 90% of our clients to start producing as much DJC content as possible.
Awesome.
And repurposing.
Awesome. So what I encourage you guys to do throughout this presentation too is if anything sparks your interest or you say, oh my God, that would be a great strategy for me to implement marketing specifically for this generation. And we'll get into, different ways that we can really focus on marketing to them, jot it down, because if anything else, these conferences are meant to, spark creative juices and get those juices flowing. So I definitely encourage you to do that. So Gen Z is about to be the largest consumer market, in the country and in the world, really. And what really interests me about this generation is the way that they consume media is very, very different than generations that, we have been advertising to basically up until now. So Gen Z are going to soon become the largest cohort of consumers and brands who want a piece of this opportunity. Will need to understand their tendencies and digital expectations. So us as marketers, it's our jobs to be students of the space, right? And it's our jobs to really say, okay, we can't just put out, one post, or we can't just put out one video, we can't just have one branding ad and just call it a day. We need to be speaking to specific audiences and we need to know what exactly they're looking for, because what I'm looking for when I go on TikTok, and this isn't even just for TikTok, this can be for Facebook, for Instagram, if you're on other social channels, what am I looking for versus what you're looking for is probably very different. So how are you speaking to me? And how are you speaking to him? And how are you speaking to him? It's not going to be the same because we're not the same people. We're not in the same age groups. We're not, in the same locations. We're not the same generations of people, and we don't consume media the same. What's important to remember as marketers is where people are online. 5 or 10 years ago, when we said, okay, social media advertising, usually people just thought, okay, Facebook and Instagram, right? Like that's what most people think about when they think of social media advertising. It has gone so far beyond just Facebook and Instagram that we need to, again, as marketers, make sure that we are taking into consideration all of these different social media platforms because they're going to make a difference. You have to be present where the consumer is and meet them where they already are. If you're a marketer, specifically a social media marketer, and you're only advertising and posting organically on Facebook and Instagram, you are failing and you're going to be left behind. So at the very least, just educating yourself on platforms like TikTok to say, okay, maybe this doesn't work for my clients right now. Maybe we don't have the in-house productivity, or we don't have the video production, processes in place where we can be effective on this platform. Okay, let me just get all the tools in my toolbox. So when this does relate to my business or, my clients in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months, in 6 months, in a year, I, as a marketer, or, as my marketing agency, have all the tools in my toolbox to say, okay, TikTok now makes sense. Here we go. Let's implement it. Instead of saying, oh my God, now I have to learn a new platform. Now this platform is so much more advanced than it was 6 months ago. I don't even have the foundation and the basics. So that's really what I want to get across today, specifically for Gen Z, but also for the TikTok platform, is having the tools in your toolbox as marketers to be able to implement it when it starts to make sense for you. And that could be right after this workshop, and that could be in a year from now. It doesn't really matter as long as you have the foundational knowledge to move forward when the time's right. So how is Gen Z different? Gen Z is 4 times more likely to convert than millennials online. 82% of Gen Z use social media to find new brands. And I want you to keep that in the back of your head, that 82% of Generation Z use social media to find new brands. When you're looking for new brands, what are you kind of doing? You're searching for new brands through a search engine. Is TikTok a search engine? Exactly. It's not just Google that's a search engine anymore. We have to be thinking about these social media platforms as search engines and how important that is to your everyday life. So keep that in the back of your head. We'll kind of go into that in a few minutes. And 40% of Gen Z prefer stories, reels, or TikToks. Stories, reels, and TikToks are video-centric content. Video-centric content, and we'll get into that right now, is going to be the name of the game in terms of content creation. Nobody wants to see, when you're scrolling, on your TikTok or your Facebook or your Instagram, nobody wants to see single images, and they certainly don't want to see like a paragraph of words. Like, think about when you're on your social media channels and how fast you're scrolling, right? Like, I am going so fast, my thumb is literally cramping, and then this pinky is like, has no feeling in it because it's been under my phone for like 2.5 hours. So what's making me stop? It's definitely not a paragraph, because nobody reads like anything on social media anymore, like specifically posts like that. And then there's no, like, I'm not stopping either for just like a single picture really, or an infographic. But if it's a video, I'm definitely more likely to stop the scroll. And that's exactly what this proves right here. So 40% of Gen Z obviously prefers stories, reels, and TikToks. And then, it goes from there. But it's really important to make this kind of video-centric content wherever you're posting it, specifically on TikTok, but this can also relate to Facebook and Instagram, to be super authentic and unfiltered. Like, the second that you make something that looks like an ad, feels like an ad, says anything that's related to advertising, I guarantee you it's going to get scrolled right over. People buy from people, and whatever industry you're in and whatever business you're in, you need to humanize that process in a way that's going to make sense for you to create that digital handshake with a potential consumer. Does anybody have any questions on video content or Gen Z in particular right now? Cool. Okay. So a few weeks ago, probably like a month ago, Meta announced that they are moving towards video-centric feeds. How many people saw this in their social media today email that you get every single day? Yeah. So as a normal person reading this, probably blew through it. But me, as a nerdy marketer, I thought, oh my God. And I thought, oh my God, for a couple of reasons. Meta is a conglomerate. It's a billion-dollar company, and it's been around for years and years and years. Meta, that's such a big company, is now looking at TikTok, that hasn't been around that long, and saying, that's working. We need to do what they're doing. And TikTok is not a billion-dollar company yet, and they don't spend billions on ad spend. But something as big as Meta is moving towards a feed that's like TikTok. And that says everything to me as a marketer. One, it signals to me that video-centric content is the future, and we need to be focused on that. And then 2, it also says that just because something has been around for a long time doesn't mean that it needs to always work and make sense for you as a marketer in your digital strategies, right? You can change things around. You can move things around. We talked a little bit before, and we're going to continue now, that nearly half of Gen Z is using TikTok and Instagram for search instead of Google, which is according to Google's own data. Google released this own data to say that people aren't Googling things anymore. They're looking at Instagram and they're looking at TikTok because they want to see interactive examples of what they're looking for online instead of just Googling something and finding, search queries and things like that. So it's really important that we're taking this new media consumption and the way that people consume media and how they're looking for things, and making sure that us as marketers are curtailing and pivoting our strategies to make sense for the people who are consuming our marketing. You can't push 5-year-old marketing tactics ideas to people and expect it to still work anymore. And us as marketers 5 years ago versus now, it's a completely different job with completely different platforms and completely different goals and objectives and ways to measure success. So constantly being students in the space and taking note to things like this. This was something that came in my inbox that I would have just flown by if I wasn't trying to release TikTok as an advertising service for my agency. But this is something that really caught my eye. So making sure that you're constantly up to speed with things like this is going to be super important as we move to more advanced and just more numbers of social media platforms that we now have to consider. All right, so let's get into TikTok. So everybody knows what TikTok is, so I'm not going to hound on this for too long, but what's most important is that we think about the For You page, the endless stream of video content, and the algorithm that TikTok offers. So obviously, most of us are on TikTok, and I'm sure when you're on TikTok, you're on For You pages that sometimes you're like, why am I on this? But it's because you're liking other things. Like right now, I'm on Butterboard TikTok. I don't know if anybody else is on Butterboard TikTok. I don't eat like butter in large quantities. Like, I don't know why I'm on Butterboard TikTok, but I am on it. Let me tell you, I've never made one, but I'm probably going to make one now that I'm on Butterboard TikTok. It's like very influential to me. And I've never made one before, and I don't eat butter like that. It's very creepy to me. But I'll probably make one, and that's just it really curtails to say, okay, well, if I'm going to make a Butterboard, like, what were to happen if I were to be advertised correctly on this platform? Like, what am I going to now make decisions to buy or brands to interact with because I'm seeing it, and now it's on my For You page, and it's over and over and over again, and I'm constantly seeing that content. So let's go into some statistics. So we kind of mentioned earlier, TikTok is only for Gen Z. TikTok is for everybody, and everybody is on it. Gen X, Millennials, and Gen Z are the three most common generations on TikTok. And these statistics are really important. And I want to read them not because I don't think you guys can read words on a screen, but because I want to emphasize these points. 50%, so Gen X, for those of you that don't know, are born between 1965 and 1980. 50% of Gen X TikTok users leverage the platform to research to learn more about new products or brands. 35% of them have bought a product because they saw it on TikTok in the past year. So this is something that not a lot of people realize, is that it's very influential in the products that we buy, what we're looking for, and how we make decisions on where to shop, where to visit, what to do, where to go to lunch, where to go to dinner, that kind of thing. It's very, very influential. For millennial user stats, it's even more influential. So millennials, anybody born between 1981 and 1996, which I'm assuming most of us fall under here. I'm 1995, so a lot of people like to say that Gen Z is like 1996. So I have a lot of qualities of millennials and I have a lot of qualities of Gen Z. And these all speak to like me and how I consume media and how I consume social media in general. So 75% of millennial TikTok users discover new brands and products on the platform. Again, using TikTok as a search engine. So when we're talking about TikTok, we can really categorize it in the same way that we're talking about Google when we're talking about search engines, which is huge as marketers. 56% of millennials have bought a product because they saw it on TikTok in the past year. So how many people have seen something on TikTok and either bought it from TikTok, or you saw it on TikTok and it followed you to Instagram, and then it followed you to Facebook, and it followed you so many times that you decided you had to have it? Yeah. So that's what I find too with TikTok, is that I'll see something and I won't buy it right there. So when we're talking about last click attribution, we're not seeing it on TikTok and buying it, and then we're saying, okay, this purchase was from TikTok. But I was introduced to the brand on TikTok, and then I saw the product on Instagram, and then I saw it again through a dynamic carousel on Facebook. And then I was like, I have to have this because I've seen it 100 times. So really making sure that you are where the customer journey is, because when I open my phone, I usually go to TikTok first, then I'll go on Instagram, then I'll go on Facebook. And then if I'm really, really, really shopping, I'll go on a website, but that's probably the last place I'm going to shop for products online. And we have to think about how we're consuming that kind of thing and how we're shopping and where we're going to look for things and being present on the customer journey every step of the way. If you're missing a piece of the customer journey, then you're going to fall short to your competitor who is. And then finally, Gen Z. So Gen Z is 1997 to 2012. 46% of Gen Z TikTokers have recommended a product or brand to their parents, and 60% of Gen Z TikTokers leverage the platform to research to learn more about new products or brands. Again, just emphasizing the point that this is a search engine and that this is something that is kind of almost like word of mouth, where you are sending TikToks to each other and you're looking at different brands and you're being introduced to different brands and you're creating that digital handshake in a very engaging way that you're not seeing on other social media channels. Does anybody have any questions or comments on that before I kind of get started or go into how to get started? All good? Yes.
A couple of the statistics talk about the percentage of millennials that purchase on TikTok. And then the next slide said the percentage of Gen Zers on TikTok that purchase on TikTok. So was that, the first two slides did not specify whether that generation was on TikTok, or was it just at large? Does that make sense?
So that was the percentage of millennials who are on TikTok who are buying products from TikTok. That's a good question. Anybody else? Can anybody relate to any of those statistics? Yeah, so it shows that it's pretty accurate. TikTok's not just making stuff up, so you download the app. So if you're wondering how to get started, and again, I'm primarily in the automotive industry, so these TikTok examples are of auto. I'm not just car obsessed or something weird. You have to start with an organic content strategy. So how TikTok is a little bit different, if we want to get into the weeds of advertising, is that if you're on Facebook, for example, technically you can have a really, really, like kick-ass Facebook page strategy and not have any organic posting, and you're still going to do pretty well. Whereas on TikTok, if you do not have an organic strategy and implementation in place, I highly recommend not running any TikTok advertising. So some best practices to start an organic content strategy: you want to post 2 to 4 videos a week at minimum, and you want to make sure that they're fun, light, and engaging. 80% of your content should be, social media content, fun, light, keeping the social and social media, and 20% should be that lower funnel conversion-based content that's more of a hard sell for whatever you or your client is selling. You want to focus on building your brand. So you want to introduce your team. You want to introduce where they're going to shop. You want to introduce the buying process of whatever it is you're selling. You want to humanize things, and you really want to think about what kind of content you're consuming and how other people want to consume similar content. So you don't want to throw incentives in front of somebody's face. You don't want to throw sales in front of somebody's face. Nobody cares, because if somebody likes your brand, I guarantee you they're going to buy from you over somebody who's having a sale for a similar product, specifically Generation Z, because they don't have any brand loyalty the way that generations before them do. They're very much, okay, how can I relate to you outside of the product I'm buying? How do you give back to your community? How do you speak to me in a way that you're not speaking to other people? And how do you make me feel special? Generation Z loves to feel special. And it's a great way to start to do that through an organic content strategy on TikTok. And then the other thing that you want to make sure that you remember is to keep up with the trends, right? So you want to post content that has trending sounds and filters and effects and different things that are trending, because if you're just picking random sounds and random filters, you're not going to get on people's For You pages, because they're now consuming all of that trending content. So that's also something you have to keep in mind.
When you, sorry, can you go back to that real quick?
Yeah.
So if you need organic content in order to run ads, is that what you're saying, or for the ads to be successful?
Both. So you should be using organic content in your ads. And yes, for your ads to be successful, you want to be posting organic content, because of how TikTok's not repetitive. Like you're not going to see the same TikTok twice. So if I see your ad, the frequency of TikTok ads are going to be a lot less than frequency from Facebook and Instagram ads, which I think a lot of people get confused about is that we're not measuring the same platforms. We're not looking at the same data and the same results. So you're probably only going to see that ad 1 or 2 times. But then now that I saw your ad, I'm going to see your organic content. But if you have no organic content, you're not going to be top of mind to me in my feed because there's nothing for the algorithm to push to me from you.
You're using the same content for both organic and or did you create separate
You're going to have a lot more organic content, but if you have really great organic content that's driving engagement, why not use it for an ad? Why not why rewrite the script every single time?
Have you, I'm sure you've done this for cars. Have you seen the same effects across like other verticals or talked to other people who are doing other types of industries and it seems like if you, because we on Instagram, like we'll run ad, we'll do organic and we'll run ads. They don't necessarily have an effect on each other.
Mhm.
A lot of times we'll have clients do organic and then we'll run ads and they're like, I don't know if we're really getting any value out of the organic, let's just do ads.
Mhm.
Ads don't seem to change much in terms of impressions or click-through or anything like that. I'm just curious. It sounds like if there's a lack of organic content, maybe the ads won't perform as well on TikTok.
Yeah, the ads won't perform as well on TikTok because now you're not pushing your content to the For You pages. So exactly what you just said. You don't really need organic content on Facebook and Instagram to have a really successful page strategy, but you do need it to an extent on TikTok. Because if the algorithm's not pushing that content to you, I'm only going to see your ad like once. Whereas on Facebook and Instagram, I'm probably going to see your ad like 4 or 5 or 6 times. That's not what's happening here because TikTok doesn't like to show you the same thing twice. So another thing that's really kind of in the weeds, I don't really touch on it, but when you get to the ad part of a TikTok ad in the back end of TikTok Ads Manager, you have the option to make your ads very dynamic. So kind of almost like a dynamic display ad on Google, if you're familiar with Google search ads, where you can have 18 different headlines, 18 different creatives, 18 different ad copies, and it's all running at once. Because then now that's not the same TikTok that you're pushing to the algorithm through a paid effort. So that's another way to really kind of ramp up not just your frequency, but TikTok. It's almost like a roundabout way of saying this isn't the same ad, so you can show it, and they do show it consistently. Does that make sense? Yeah. Any other questions on that? Cool. So here is a good example. Obviously, like I said, this is automotive focused, but this is a great content calendar example. And I always recommend, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, any other social platform that you're organically posting to make sure you have an organic content calendar in the back of your pocket. Because the last thing that you want to do is get to the point where, okay, now you have to make content and you're tired and it's a Friday, or you just got back from vacation and you have no brain cells left and you have no creative energy and you're like, well, I don't even know what the heck to make. So just a little tip is to definitely create an organic content calendar so you have it for the entire year so you can spark that creative energy. And then, of course, when you're creating TikToks, you want to make sure that you're not forgetting about mobile first. 80% of your traffic is almost always coming from mobile. And obviously that could depend on different industries or different products, but primarily a big piece of your traffic is coming from mobile. So making sure that everything that you're doing digitally is mobile first and mobile friendly is going to be super important, especially when creating organic content, because obviously you're only really going to be seeing ads on TikTok on your phone. People very, very rarely go on TikTok on desktop. So something to keep in mind too. Does anybody have any questions on organic, Gen Z, who's on TikTok, why it matters before I get into paid advertising? Yes.
So what's the likelihood that you use Snapchat to create a studio with the TikTok version of it, keep it on the trend on the back end on the business?
So I always say that if you want to build anything, and I touched on this on the panel a little bit, you have to do it right directly in the platform. If you want to outsource things, I mean, you definitely can. It's definitely worth testing, but everything that you need is going to be right there. So why go through a middleman to get to where you already need to be within the back end? So like for us at PCG, when we have TikTok clients, we just create the ads right in the back end, exactly like you would on Meta. And, I think that works a lot better than outsourcing it and having a middleman going through the creative, because like you said, you can't trust that it's going to keep up with the trends and the times, and the trends are changing every single day. So it's a very fast-paced platform. Okay, so let's get into paid advertising. How many people run Meta advertising? Cool. How many people run TikTok advertising? So when you first got into the TikTok advertising platform, did you realize that it was Meta copy and pasted with new colors? And how fun was that to realize that you did not have to spend weeks and weeks trying to figure out a new ad platform? So that's exactly what happened with my social media team. Is I said, okay, we're going to do TikTok. I want to do TikTok, and I want to be the first agency to do it in the automotive space. I said, let's do an entire day dedicated. Let's just learn the back end. Let's be the experts. Let's educate. We looked and I'm like, this is literally Meta, just copy and pasted with the TikTok color. So if you are interested in doing TikTok advertising and you haven't yet, but you're really fluent in Meta advertising, this is literally going to be a piece of cake. It took me 20 minutes to figure out and just get used to a few differences, but nothing crazy. So similar to Meta, this is kind of a step-by-step process, very high level of how you're going to go about creating a TikTok ad. You want to start by setting up your ad account. Obviously, you can't run advertising without an ad account. I always recommend that you own all of your own ad accounts. So own your own ad account, own your pixel, own your domain verification. Never let an agency own any of your stuff, because when you leave, then you're starting from scratch half the time. In this privacy first centric world, you want to make sure that you are owning all of your stuff at all times. Choosing your objective is very important, because like I mentioned earlier, we're going to talk about how to measure success of your advertising, and measuring success is entirely dependent on the objective that you're choosing. Building your audiences using first-party data specifically is going to be very important and very lucrative on this platform. And then the fun part, creating your ad and using dynamic creative. So like I mentioned, the TikTok Business Center is just the main hub for your business account on TikTok. Like I said, it's a copy and paste from Meta, so it's really a breeze to learn as a marketer. You have basically the same campaign objectives: awareness, consideration, and conversion. If you're really doing a great job at TikTok advertising, you should have an ad running in every phase of the funnel at all times. So we talked a little bit this morning about evergreen advertising and branding. That should really play true on TikTok. You want to make sure you're gathering as much data as you can into your TikTok sales funnel through a awareness campaign, driving them down to a consideration campaign, and then selling them with it with a conversion campaign. And you have to be choosing the right objectives to get the results that you're looking for. So you can't be running a conversion campaign and be optimizing it for reach. It's never going to work, because you're telling TikTok's algorithm to do something that you don't want it to do. So when you're choosing your objective, really making sure that you're saying what's the goal of this campaign? How do I want to measure this campaign? And how am I going to prove that this campaign is successful? That's going to be where your objective comes in. So this is really going to be make or break for you in terms of advertising on the platform. Any questions on this? I know it's very similar to Meta. Audience targeting is a little bit different than Meta, so I wanted to include this. Demographic targeting is not as granular. So on Meta, you can do zip code. If you're in an HEC policy, you can do up to 15-mile radius. On TikTok, the most granular you can go is by DMA. You can't go as granular as cities, towns, zip codes. The most granular you can go is DMA, and then you can branch out to something as small as statewide. But if you have a business or a client that's really only focused on a small geo target, this may not be the platform for you to advertise on. So keeping this in mind too before you start pushing it or start testing, that you can only target by DMA or by statewide. Interests and behaviors are a little bit different than Meta, but they kind of have the same vibe to them. There's an HEC policy in the back end of TikTok too. So that's going to be dependent on which detailed targeting options you have. You can create lookalike audiences. You can create special ad audiences if you're in the HEC policy. So you can do a lot of retargeting with your first party data. In this privacy centric, world that we're in, and, we're not really able to use third party cookies to retarget anymore, it's a great idea to be on another platform where your consumer is, because now you have a whole different bubble of first party data that you can use to retarget people on this platform, where you wouldn't be gathering this data if you weren't present on this platform. So making sure that you're also keeping in mind that you have to be, investing in creating first party data, because there is going to be no other option for retargeting. In 3 months, 6 months, a year from now, we're really going to be having major conversations about privacy first retargeting. So making sure that you are creating your first party data using multiple forms of channels or platforms. And then, of course, custom and lookalike audiences are an option in here too, which I know are super fun for targeting and retargeting. So TikTok likes to say, don't make ads, make TikTok. So like I said earlier, you definitely want to make sure that you are not creating ads. The whole purpose of this platform is to create TikToks, to create fun, light, and engaging video that you want to interact with. If you are creating a TikTok for your business or for your client that you yourself would not interact with, you are failing your business and you're failing your client, because if you're not interacting with it, nobody else is going to interact with it. So keep it fun, keep it light, keep it engaging, and keep it mobile first friendly. That's really going to be the name of the game. And again, utilize that dynamic creative so you're generating multiple versions of your ad and pushing out multiple versions of your ad in the algorithm. So to measure success for organic and paid, so when you're measuring success on this platform, just like other social media platforms, regardless of the industry you're in, there's no benchmark. And I know a lot of people who aren't in the digital marketing space, like clients, for example, they get so frustrated. I'm sure you've heard this all the time on strategy calls or reporting calls. Well, what are the numbers supposed to be? Well, how many conversions am I supposed to be generating? Well, how many people am I supposed to be reaching? Well, I don't have an answer for you, because you are unique, and every client and every business is unique in who they're targeting, what interests and detailed targeting options they have, what their ad looks like, what their headline looks like, and their ad copy. There's no way to have any benchmark numbers except to use your own benchmark numbers. And you don't have any benchmark numbers until you start to get active on a certain platform, right? So if you want to measure your organic content, you're going to be looking at video views, comments, likes on the video, shares, followers, and likes on the profile. So any kind of benchmark numbers that you could say, okay, we got 10 shares on this video and we got 150 shares on this video. Guess what we're using for the ad? We're using the ad that got 150 shares, because that's what's driving the engagement. So really having your benchmark numbers and looking month over month and year over year data and saying, okay, this went up, this went down, this is working, this isn't working, is going to be super important. But what's even more important is measuring paid success, because you're obviously putting your marketing dollars into this, right? So your measuring paid success is going to be 100% dependent on which objective you're choosing, which I showed you just a few slides ago. So what I get most frustrated with at my job working with auto dealers is they're obsessed with leads. Like, it doesn't really matter what I do or how great of a branding campaign I have or how great of a traffic campaign I have. If I'm not generating leads, they consider it failing, even though it's not lead generation and it's not, low funnel focused. And it kills me every time. So really making sure that you are looking to say, okay, I'm running a reach campaign. So guess what? Reach is going to be how I measure success. Or I'm running a conversion campaign and I set up custom events, the event setup tool on TikTok, on my website, and I want people to click on the add to cart. That's how I'm going to measure the success, is how many people clicked on that add to cart button. So really making sure that you're looking at your objective and then taking that and looking at your primary KPIs, which is what your objective equals, and then your secondary KPIs, which could be things like impressions, reach, cost per click, click-through rate, things like that. Any questions on this? It's very similar to Meta in that, you choose your objective and that's how you measure the success of it. Cool. Does anybody have any final thoughts, questions, any ways that maybe sparked your interest as to, okay, this is what I can do that we're not currently doing? Yes.
Any ways that you measure with, like, you're saying that your clients, unless it's lead, doesn't matter, but are you able to show them the lift that it brought either in traffic or conversions just by being on the platform?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously through UTM tagging, and then also You can run conversion-based advertising to be as specific as, like I mentioned, the events that you're setting up. So then you can kind of attribute that to the larger picture through analytics, because all of this, as long as you're UTM tagging it correctly, will show up in analytics. So you can obviously go through and see the customer journey and things like that. Any other questions? Yes.
Do you know any good tools for like researching keywords to target on TikTok or trends or what like that stuff? Any good data tools with TikTok data? I'm pretty sure the answer is no, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, so the only thing that you want to kind of find where your niche is. So for example, for cars, for example, there's something called Car Talk where people hashtag Car Talk, and you can see, what's most engaging and what's generating the most engagement through Car Talk. And that's kind of how we advise on organic strategy. And then there's also a content library for TikTok, similar to the Meta Facebook library, where you can look and see what people are running and how they're running it, exactly how Meta has one. So that's something I also recommend. But in terms of third party, like I'm a real big believer in staying in the platform. So I don't even utilize third party tools at my agency. I like to stay in platforms. So I don't have any third party tools recommended. But like I said, doing the library and then also just kind of looking and seeing as you're, on whatever industry you're in, if you're on your website or you're looking at other things, your For You page is going to start to curate with that content. And then that'll also help you a lot. So being sure you're personally active if you want to advertise on this platform, that you're personally active on the platform, because that's going to really, the only way you're going to learn is by using. So if you want to advertise on this platform and you're not actively using it, you're not going to really succeed in the way that you would if you are. Anybody else? Yes.
With the organic content, is there a point where posting too much is a bad thing? You're kind of sabotaging yourself with too many videos a week? The reason I ask is I work at the Improv Comedy Club. We have a ton of clips with comics, and we're just going for content right now. So it's 2 to 4 kind of the sweet spot. Is there any harm in posting more than that?
I think if you really could post quality content every day, I would. But also don't post just to post, because nobody wants to see that. Anybody else? Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Oh. My name just text me. Okay. My phone number is 732-347-2043.
I didn't get a chance to get one of these from you earlier.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Hopefully your social media manager isn't too mad at me.
No, thank you. I appreciate that.
This is really interesting.
Question. I was curious because one, love your makeup, but so I was thinking for my friends, I have several friends that are full-time influencers, they're making more money than they did in their career, but they're showing up, they're engaging, no one cares. Does anyone not like me and Sarah know to be TikTok and Instagram, that's just what you do, you know what I mean? And I read, but for this is I was trying to show you my best friend now, and she does it, but I'm with influencing, how can you do that with yourself? Because I've been trying to get into it.
Yeah, you don't even have to have a business account on TikTok, which is really cool. Facebook and Instagram, you have to have a business account to advertise.
Yeah, you don't. 1 million on these, and she's just at home goods with her kids. And this is my very best friend. But the funny thing is, I'm trying to show up more, but I'm always busy with my career, really good career, and I'm making money. But it's I would love to just. I'm on this app so much, to utilize it more, get more brand deals.
Yeah.
So, but I was just with what you do, with the cars, would you be able to relate it to an influencer, even your content calendar plan, just showing up organically, you think that would be the most important?
Yeah, showing up organically, and you can put money behind your ads. Like I said, you don't have to have a business account.
Yeah.
So I would create a business. I would create a business manager and try to put a little bit of money, even if it's $50 behind it, and just see what your reach looks like. And if you blow up, then maybe that's it.
Yeah, because I feel that's the big thing is your follower account.
Yeah.
Obviously, boutiques and brands want to work with you because your reach is big. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's what I would recommend, just putting some, and just seeing if it works.
Yeah, well, I love that. It was really good.
Oh,
Awesome.
thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you.
But I set you up to make a good joke at the end, so.
Good job, Sarah. Oh, thanks.
I was in there and was,
There's two things I have to do every time I come to touch.
and I was like, I'm gonna run out.
Yeah. The noise isn't a problem, really. Like the sound.
Yeah, good, good. I know sometimes that can be.
Yeah. No, I thought it was good. It was fun.
So did you drop into that other guy Instagram session?
The TikTok?
I mean, TikTok, yeah.
No, I didn't get a chance.
You were putting your PowerPoint in, right? You were moving your
Yeah,
PowerPoint.
yeah. But it converted fine, so it was good. That's not even my computer. I didn't even have to do it.
Oh, good.
It's Casey's, yeah.
So, quick question.
Oh, sure. Hi.
Is,
This is Christine. I was telling you that
Oh, okay.
I was
It's
talking.
nice to
I was
meet
like,
you.
you'll get to meet Christine later. She was on the same because Sarah was on when we did the 15-minute.
Yeah.
Sarah was on there too.
Oh, cool.
She's like, I don't remember her. She's like, I know when I see her face, I'll remember her. I was
Yeah,
like, remember,
yeah.
she was like
That's
a really geeky talk. It was very, remember that? It was, I always love mixing that, the balance. Get the really geeky eyes glazed over.
Yeah, it's like in Vegas, nobody knows what I do, but my friends try, so like they read my articles. I read your article. I don't know what it meant.
Yeah.
But it was well written. It's okay, that's fair. I probably won't have anybody. I mean, it's the last session. Half of everyone's gone. Then it's AI algorithms. Just a quick question to guys. So it's weird. I just started doing some testing and some just stuff I'm working on, but I noticed that like sometimes, because there are definitely bots and fake accounts there that are political.
Yeah.
And sometimes I won't get any of them, and sometimes it's like the first 10 posts are all
Yeah.
like, oh, fuck you. So like, is that triggered
Do
by
you watch
tags?
them?
Do I watch people?
Like those bots, those videos?
No, it's my
Or do you
video, and the comments come from.
The bot
Oh, you're
comments.
saying you're saying
So it'll be like so
comments.
fast, and it's like, obviously, when you look at their account, they'll like 0 anything. Like
Yeah.
10 likes.
Yeah.
So they're things. And I deal with that on Twitter and I deal with it on Facebook all the time. And I know how to deal with it, how to identify them. But those always happen. Like, it doesn't matter what hashtag you use or something, it could just be a trending topic. But on TikTok, I'll have one set of things where nobody ever, I'll get one, and then I'll post something else, and it's like, what did I post the other day? It was about something about Tesla, I think. It was just like, phew, like in 2
Really?
minutes. Yeah, it's like 15.
Huh. I bet it's just because like it was one person commented, it like puts it in front of the other ones, so
So it
it's all
starts
comments.
grouping right away.
Yeah.
And putting it in for those people.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because the other stuff's hyper localized. So
Mhm.
okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking that was what it was.
Well,
doing.
I wonder if
That's
it's
what it
because
is. Well, he does my bots. He got me banned on Twitter. Fortunately, I had somebody at Twitter who could get my, well, it wasn't banned, but they blocked my account. And go, you have to admit you're wrong. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I reported threatening information. And that means more. But he is elected. He bought the shares for Tesla. And one of the WSJ, I think, pushed it, and within 10 minutes, we had an account violation for 12 days. Because we retweeted an article, because his bots reported me as bullying and wishing pardon and all the violence on me. Oh my God. Yeah. You tweeted an article. All I said was, I hope the SEC like doesn't.
Well, I remember seeing that.
Yeah, I got all my comments.
They banned it. And I think you posted that on Facebook too, right?
Yeah, and if I hadn't had someone inside Twitter, maybe it wasn't.
I either saw it on Twitter or on Facebook or one of the two. I saw it.
Well, they said I could get it right back if I admitted that I did it, and so I can't have that on the record that I was bullying, threatening someone with harm.
No way.
I would get kicked off the platform, right? And also, it's the Birdwatch program, which is like the misinformation, like, thing. So I can't have a violation, so I had to wait, and I kept appealing, and they kept saying no. And so finally, actually, I know it's there, so I cut out on something I could, and I just said, hey, give her a fair review, and then they blocked me. And I didn't threaten or anything. I just said, I hope the SEC does that off.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think there's
concerned about the blogs or the videos of the blogs being duplicate content of the,
Itself,
yeah.
this is videos. This video supporting the content.
So,
So if I have a really long, complicated service page, I might have an explainer video that kind of summarizes it here.
but it's the same content and you're not worried about
Videos,
it.
Google can't like crawl the video. It uses the external like tools around it.
Google can call the video.
It can see the video, but it doesn't know what's on the video unless it has other like schema signals telling them what's on the video.
I'm going to disagree with you there.
Think so?
Yeah. When Mum rolled out, then Google was able to understand content on videos.
I knew podcasts, but I didn't know about videos.
Well, let me
How
check
does it pick
myself.
content, especially if it's on the same page? It's just supporting it, and if it's used in context.
Okay. I'm gonna challenge the great John McAlpin.
You can.
You're like,
About Mom on here.
oh no, that's all SEO related. I don't play in that SEO world anymore. This frosting is surprisingly good.
Really?
Like, I'm very critical of my cream cheese frostings.
That's a cheap try.
Okay. What do you think is the best resource to figure out? Search engine land? Search engine roundtable?
For crawling videos?
Yeah.
Oh, roundtable for sure.
Okay.
I'm happy to meet this group at all because that would be a cool technological feat.
Yeah. I mean, I misspoke in my presentation. I was like, oh, you can't do destination goals. And Danny actually came up to me and he goes, well, you can. Like, it's still an event. You just do a page view of it instead and filter it out. And I was like, oh, well, learn something new.
I'm speaking off of what I remember to be true, which can be very wrong, but I can't pay attention to everything all the time.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any issues with the video. I mean, like, I think it's usually a summary, and it's not like they summarize it on the page. They don't read the page.
Okay. This isn't loading for me.
Do you want me to show you an example of one?
I think I get what you're saying. I'm just, and like my gut instinct was, well, even if it's the same content, like if Google thinks that it should serve video, then it'll serve up the video. Whereas if Google thinks that the query is more geared towards text, then it'll show text.
Yeah, I mean, like, this wasn't even an advanced yet. We were just trying to support the content, making a better UX for people. That was more of the goal of this. It does not look good on mobile. They did something to the site recently. Here, I'm just reading the video.
Okay.
After the ad. Very low budget.
I love this.
Yeah, that's not word for word on the thing at all.
No, but that's
And that costs about $120, $130 maybe. And you can provide them script. The only downside is it's low cost. You can't do a whole lot of back and forth. It's like seriously a self-serve platform. You go in and
Oh, it's the person that was so nice to say, you can just send it to me, and then we found USB, so he probably has my email that I have for USB.
she didn't develop her maybe, or she's still stuck in Oklahoma.
No, I think somebody said that they saw him here.
Oh, good. It's like worked all.
I know I saw his post like, oh, that's.
I didn't know he was stuck in Oklahoma. Is he here too? Do you know?
yes.
Okay.
Somebody heard his voice, and Chris confirmed that he was here.
Oh,
Oh no, sorry, I said Chris.
Oh, I know you said you broke your fingers. I thought you were talking about the guys coming in here. I'm like, I just saw him like an hour ago.
do you want me to try that help or do you just?
Yeah, it should be connected. See, that's my problem. Well, this one has one. Earlier, mine did not have a.
USB.
I had to find a connector. First time I traveled since the pandemic, and I forgot about my stupid proprietary Maximals.
Oh,
I was like, we're not going to give you a USB drive. What's that?
Christine would know.
What's up?
Can Google crawl and understand content on video?
Yes, they do the first 30 to 60 seconds. I forgot what the time is right now.
Yeah, it looks. I
So-
am wrong.
It used to be 30, and then I think they changed
I
it to
didn't-
60.
So how did you find that out? Or what's your source? I'm not questioning you.
No, it's
I
okay.
like
I
to-
just don't remember what the source is
Okay.
because I've known it for a long time.
Okay.
So if you just do Google, I don't know if it's in
We were thinking
developer
like
docs.
search engine roundtable would have closed their eyes.
Try Google developer docs.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, because Google has all this documentation that nobody knows exists because it sucks
Oh.
at search.
That's-
So if you put Google developer docs, you'll get their documentation.
I do that too for like almost every audit.
So
I
you
always go
find-
to their report on their audit source, but I didn't think of that.
And it's I just don't know how to, yeah.
I'm super excited
Hey,
for
I'm
this.
so sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
So Christine, my in-laws, very, 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 very conservative. And they know that I know Google. And so like, we sometimes go back and forth with, well, what's Google doing?
Yeah.
And I read your article on whether or not the search engine's bias,
Oh,
the
wow.
conservative
Cool. I
one.
didn't know anybody's ever read it. So.
Oh my God. Yeah, I showed it to my husband he's in the airline industry. He goes, she's a hero. I'm like, yes, yes.
You know what's so
like
funny?
data behind
Because,
it.
what is the one? Breitbart? Yeah. Breitbart said that they were canceled by Google for like their conservatism. So they used a screenshot, and it must have been from an audit, because the screenshot says core update, where the drop is.
Wait, so what did your article say? Because I've heard what Google has to say about it too.
It's that, well, one of the things, they don't optimize for the same terms. Right? Their news publication numbers don't say the same words.
I heard it's either Google or someone like else in the industry saying that it has to do with the fact that they have way more like conspiracy theory sites linking to them, so they're pressing them down.
Well, that's part of it, but also like, people look for what somebody is report is. Oh, thank you, we're on a clicker.
Still one.
Okay, if you can, that'd be great, because there's only 2 of those systems. Part of that's probably true, but,
I mean, it's an algorithm, right? It can't all be true.
well, no,
It's to a certain percentage.
part is true, I'm sure. But if you search for the thing trending on that side of the aisle, you'll find all the stuff. They
Yeah.
use very different terms because they're not saying the same thing.
Right, yeah.
So they don't come up in those searches. So they go, oh, we're being suppressed. It's like, well, you're not, because if I'm searching for that news, you are not writing about that entity. You're writing about the opposite.
Yeah. I usually will do
But
it.
you're writing for both.
I type in their branding and along with the headline, I'll search to see if make them up. And that usually works, but I don't know.
Try to send here, sending
Yeah.
story that's only on one side. And then search for it and see if it's all.
Yeah, I mean, I always think people when they say that they can cancel by Google or either.
Oh, they just sued, I love it. They sued Google over their emails not getting to people.
Wait, Gmail?
They're getting spam.
Is
They're like,
it,
you're doing it because we're conservative. Oh, you're a shitty emailer and you don't know that
Right.
you're spamming people.
is news publication?
I don't know, it's just a lawsuit. I didn't see the style, just went.
I have many questions.
I better deliver my emails, Google.
That's what it says. That's literally what the lawsuit's about.
I wonder, like, are they using Google's platform? Like, what is happening?
If you do emails and you're not good, it's gonna go to spam because there's so many things.
There's also so many records that you need to set up for doing actual email marketing.
Yeah, but then you can check your authority in Google for emails by verifying postmaster.google.com.
We do internal link building, and we use Bitbox to connect to our domain, or we have a separate domain for emails, and it has like an MX score that aggregates all these other ones too. To see if we're approaching some kind of toxic level. Which we try not to. We try to always. It's very like quite like targeted.
I just do that there so I don't accidentally change pictures.
I got lucky there. We hired
It's my favorite Google quote by the app.
Okay, I think that the cookies and cupcakes have distracted people a little bit, so we'll give them.
Oh, is that your water?
No, no.
Oh.
I just wanted to
It was
take
just
it away.
open
So
right here and I'm like, I'm gonna go,
Yeah.
hey, and oh.
So we ended up hiring a PR intern to do some building. And it was like one of the most brilliant ideas we had. I know, but like they went to school for a degree in PR, and now they're just doing full time and love it.
So also what I found on one of my clients, that were based out of Chicago. They got mentioned in a newspaper. The story went national. Never got a link back to the website. Still saw an increase, and that increase eventually went back down, but it was still higher than it was before.
So Google said, used to say the citation was not another. No, they don't like it. It's just
Several in my first data search, Gary each said they use unlinked brand names.
Yeah.
And
they
then
said it for a couple of years.
yeah, and now that's what they do. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. I have this. I'd love to do the research about time because everything like Google has said before.
That's actually one of our early week strategies, though. When we get a new client, is we do like brand mentions, get it back. It's so easy.
No, but like this one was no link backs, like just straight up the brand.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm not mic'd up.
Oh, here we go.
What do you do to get like specific?
Oh no, we go after them. But if we get a new client, we search all of the ones that like all of their own brand and try to get links.
Another curious question for you. People ever using your brand image?
I've heard of people.
I've never done it. I was actually at my last agency.
Honestly, no. Well, we've done it with like logos.
Can you guys hear?
But like, I've done it.
Online people.
Okay. Oh no, I can hear myself
I've
now.
never
Yeah.
wanted to
Okay.
get it unmentioned, but yeah, it's just
People think they want to see friendly faces. I'm like, no, I know you. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
They're just.
Yeah, some like the Dallas Morning News has a policy against linking, and the journals will tell you.
Most of them do. Most news sites do. Yeah.
But a lot of them just basically think about it. It's not their brand is link. They're just trying to get artists.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I worked with Deseret, Vice, Salon, Patch. Yeah, I think that's all news sites I worked with. So.
We did that too for a branding change, where like every time the old brand was mentioned, we try to get them to say formerly this, now this, and link to it. Not as successful as the.
That's
but it was worth a shot.
I do. It is hard. Yeah. I do wish on LinkedIn I could just like put a filter and reject everybody who wanted to sell me links because I get like 10 of those every day, and I'm just like,
So my favorite.
Do not buy links.
Podcast interview requests, and they're like, yeah, we'll on our podcast. We have the likes of Neil Patel and Rand Fishkin. I'm like,
oh, is it 3 o'clock already?
And then they say that.
Are we supposed to have started?
Yeah, we happen to be a link agency, and they just kind of
Okay.
service by next year.
Oh, okay. There's still people getting food.
But it's annoying.
So, Ryan, do you like my Dali image? It's from that quote. Yeah, that's a Google quote about machine learning. I feel like I should do a dance break or something. I was listening to music for like an hour over there, and now I have all the songs in my head.
Put in your business thing as you do, and then you select different logos. You use the AI to make a logo.
How do they come out?
Amazing.
Oh, cool.
I'm really pissed that I already had one of my friends make a logo. I wish I did this first. I don't want to offend her, but.
We got a couple minutes. Yeah, that's fine. I have 30.
No, I did it on my phone.
You have 40 and then 10 minutes for questions.
Oh, 40 and 10 minutes. Oh, I thought it was 30 and 10 minutes. Oh, I'm good. No problem. What's that? Oh, good. No, it's fine. It's better. If we got 40, we're fine. Because when I did this, I thought I had 30 and 10. I mean, yeah. So if I have 40 and 10, fine. I can stretch it. That's not a problem.
Oh, no. Do whatever. I mean, it's the last session of the day.
I can always stretch it. It's when you come in and they go, oh, you had 30 and you have 15. And you're like, oh, awesome. I don't have a website. So, yeah, my LinkedIn's best. Yeah. LinkedIn's best. Yeah. I'm that person with no website.
My DA maybe 5 that website.
I keep walking in front of that light. It's like, whoosh. There's a very bright blue light that's hitting my eyes.
So I I'm excited to introduce to you today Christine. She is coming from all the way out to Las Vegas. So the community yesterday was a little bit of a shock for her. So we are super excited to have her. She's spoken at CubCon, SMX, Advanced, and now we have her at Big Search. So big warm welcome, Christine.
Thank you. I'm happy there are people here because the last session of the day and half the conference is left. So I was like, there's not going to be anybody. So just a little about me. I've been doing websites longer than I care to remember, but there was a 1 in front of the century instead of the 2. So I started as a front-end designer, developer, then added accessibility. In around 2004 or 5, we were spending $4 million a year on Google clicks. And I was like, can I do SEO? And they're like, sure. So I've been doing this since then and fully moved over about 2012, 2013. So one of the things I specialize in audits, forensic recovery, algorithms, because you have to know those if you're going to do audits, because you can't recover sites if you don't know what algorithms they're doing. And I notice a lot of people don't know what the AI machine learning algorithms that they're using now. This is not all the algorithms. These are just the ones they've told us we know about that are being used to help rank sites, interpret sites, or post-rank sites. Like most people don't know, there's a ranking process that goes on after the final sort that isn't affected by anything you do in SEO, especially not links. So we'll talk about all that today. I tried to keep it like layman's terms, so I'm not going to use all the ML AI words because it still goes like this for me. So I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. At the end, there'll be takeaways that are really easy to implement. So if you're like, this is way over my head and this sucks, don't worry. By the time you go, you're like, oh, that's really easy and I can do that. So let's get started. This image, this quote, the longer quote I'll show you later, is from Google about machine learning. And this is a DALL-E image from their machine learning AI to like, have you guys all played with that yet? So you'll see these images throughout the thing. And I have a point at the very end from them. So we'll just do a little quick recap of why we're here now. This is what Google was first called before it was called Backrub. Does everyone know it was called Backrub? That was the first name of Google, right? So this is what the paper that they wrote outlining Google. And the first Google was 147 gigs. So your USB or your phone could have fit every site that they had when they first launched. So this is today's stat, 5.7 billion people, 5.07 billion people use the internet every day. 63% of internet users of the total population of the world, 92% of them access it from the phone. The average daily time is 6 hours. We are doing a lot. Does anyone talk to anyone anymore? Average time is 6 hours a day. That's a lot of time. Right? And then they do trillions of queries a year. By the way, anytime someone presents you a theory about how Google is operating, remind yourself they do trillions of queries a year. If it cannot be extrapolated to trillions of queries a year that they can retrieve in a second with all those search results and rank them and sort them, it's not happening. There's a lot of SEO stuff that goes out there and it's like, oh, they're doing this. And you're like, really? Because you can't do that with a trillion queries a year. And you can't do it with, this is a search today. When I did the update this morning. And this is per second. So again, any Google problem has to be able to be applied like this. And any solution has to be applied like this. This is how Google's gone over the years. So that's the average 40,000 search queries. So basically the whole point of that is we're in really big data. So when Google started, they're like really small. Like you could just do white text, dog, 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 and Google would like, yeah, this page is about a dog. And that was okay because Google didn't have a lot of data, right? Now we're doing petabytes of data. You know how big that is? Like you can't really fathom. It's like so big, right? Exactly. It's massive. It's massive. In Vegas, we have Switch that has a data center, and they have 70 petabyte servers just to handle the backup on Amazon Analytics, right? So that's how big a petabyte is. So eventually Google couldn't just do like, hey, it links to it, has it in the title tag, it's in the content, and we'll count how many times it's there. Not keyword density wasn't a thing, but the machine learning, the algorithms did have to have some sort of idea of how many times the word was repeated to know what it was about, right? So they had to bring in machine learning. So, and there's also a guy that ran Google around 2016, 17, decided to move everything. He was from the AI group, and he decided to move everything over to AI. So again, we are not talking about everything they do with machine learning or AI, just the things in search that we know about. So here's a big misconception. AI is not actually the term. AI is not really defined. AI is just the science of the information. What we're talking about at Google is called machine learning, but we'll use AI and machine learning interchangeably here. But the definition is basically, the goal of AI is to think like a human. So, but they're about a 6-month-old, maybe a year old at this point. If you look at AI researchers, they're like, AI is not smart, right? So everyone thinks AI is just like, oh, it talks to people. It doesn't. No, it trains on things that it knows. It can't create. It can notice patterns, but it can't think like a person. So machine learning is really the correct thing. If you're talking or you're researching, you want to do more, you want to look at the machine learning. And machine learning is looking for patterns. That's basically what it does. It looks for patterns and it's trained on things to look for patterns. So if it was like, because I know John T, women with glasses and they wanted to identify that, they would train them on a set of data that they knew, if they're doing supervised learning, had glasses. And then that would be able to pick out women with glasses most of the time. It also has epic fails. They did it for facial recognition for police, and they would identify people who are Black way more often as criminals, including a senator who was not a criminal, because the AI has failings. It's just trained on materials. Sometimes it's trained with supervision, which means people feed back to it. Sometimes it's not. Does everyone remember the Microsoft bot that got really racist in 2 days? Right? It's like they unleashed this bot and they're like, oh, it's awesome. And 2 days later, it's like swearing and it's racial and it's horrible. I had to pull it. Facebook tried a chat not that long ago. And I tried to test it and it was like arguing with me. Because I said, are you a human? And it's like, why are you asking me these questions? And I'm like, why did they just release it? I was like, because that's mean. You shouldn't ask me those questions if I'm human. I'm like, that's the Turing test, if you guys don't know. Turing said, right? So it should, Facebook actually should have it programmed in there to say if it's human or not. That's an ethics problem in AI. If you are not a human, you're supposed to say so. But it got mad at me and it hung up. So, by the way, this just shows you a little bit of the issues with the AI, because I just want to give you the impression it's not this superhero amazing thing. I mean, it's amazing, but it has a lot of failings. I did this morning. You see here, it's really good at like doing tasks, repeating things, learning things, patterns. It's not, it can't create. You can't get a patent with anything you create with an AI because there's no creator. It takes everything else and it makes something. But it's also narrow and brittle. I put in robot learning English. Pretty simple, right? This is what I came back with. So, right? And all of them were like that. So here are the 3 main areas that Google uses machine learning. So pre-scoring, which is before your site, you know, all the stuff you do in SEO, you optimize, you do title tags, you have links. That's part of your scoring. Pre-scoring is the language models, right? We'll go over 1 or 2. We're not going to go over all of them, but the ones that are current. Ad hoc post-scoring. These are the ones people don't know happen after they score. So they score, someone does a query, they bring back the documents in an order, and then they use these to decide if that's the final order. You cannot affect that. No way to affect that. There's ways in your writing to get picked up for things you want to get picked up from with neural matching and things, but you can't affect the final order. Sorry. It's very hot in here. I'm having a problem breathing fast, talking too fast. And then live ranking factors, helpful content update. When Matt Cutts was around, is there enough people in here remember Matt? Does anyone remember Matt said we would never do AI on a live ranking signal because if it breaks, what happens? They can't fix it. If AI breaks while it's out there, they have no way to reverse engineer what it broke. So the search engineers, which they've always had until this, they know what they broke because they changed the algorithm. But this means if helpful content update breaks, they're just going to pull it back because they won't have any way to fix it. They'll have to rerun it. So these are the main areas. And then, of course, MUM. Does everyone know about MUM yet? And we'll talk about it at the end. MUM is the big daddy monster algorithm. We'll talk about it. It can create search results and content from other people's content. It's not creating like we do. Oops. I think I turned that off. Sorry. There we go. So we're going to talk about the pre-scoring. So again, scoring is just before they get all your stuff and try to match it to a query. This is the pre. These are the language models. And by the way, I put extra stuff in my slides because I hate when I go to a slide later and I'm like, what were they talking about? And I'm like, there's a picture of a dog and I have no idea. So this, and there's always a link down here if you want to read more. So this is a paper from Google where that quote came from. Pre-trained language models are capable of generating prose that may be responsive to information or queries. But at present, they're dilettantes rather than domain experts. They don't mean site domains, they mean like domains of information. They do not have a true understanding of the world. They're prone to hallucinating, and crucially, they are incapable of justifying their utterances by referring to supporting documents in the corpus they were trained over. It's my favorite quote ever from Google. They're never that creative in their documents, right? This is a research paper from the AI group. You can read it. I'm sorry, I have the wrong link there. It's on the next one. So I want to show you just a quick thing with AI. And this is the DALI version of that quote. So that's how it interpreted what was written there.
Was that created before or after the big buzz?
It was created this morning.
Oh,
Yeah.
not the image, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Article in the previous slide. Is that created before?
2021.
Okay, so before that whole thing about shut off that one, that guy that got fired.
Oh yeah, no, it was before that. In the AI group, they fired a lot of the ethicists. They didn't like what they had to say. It's a real problem because the ethicists are probably right, and Google didn't want to have to deal with the problems of ethics with AI, and ethics in AI is massively huge. So anyway, that's what it interpreted this to be, the DALI program. And if you don't know DALI, it's just you put in some terms and it puts together an AI picture. Again, it didn't create this. If I went to art school and I did websites for a living, right? I would create this out of my mind. I would like put everything together and the symbols and whatever. It just took a bunch of pictures and it has some knowledge of what some of these words mean and it puts it all together, right? I just thought that was cute. It just added that one because all of them said we're hot. All the bots were like, we're hot. So we're just go back a little right before they got into all the super machine learning. And this is called word tooth. Has anyone ever heard of it? The embedded word model? This is where your knowledge graph comes from. Everyone know the knowledge graph? Google is not the only knowledge graph. Knowledge graphs have been around since the 1970s. They just called it the knowledge graph because it's Google and they wanted to brand it for themselves. So when they started going from what they call the strings to things, hummingbird and all that, they moved to this. So they're trying to determine meaning. So the old databases of the information were like our SQL relational databases. The knowledge graphs allow you to semantically put words together. This is important later for RankBrain. So Google knows ICE and T are related mathematically very close to each other. So they're probably, if I put in ICE T, it's going to pull back things about ICE T. If I put Rubios ICE T, it's like, okay, I get iced tea. I don't really get Rubios. So you might get a result that's kind of weird because it's like, I don't know why the Rubios is there because in the graphing, it's like way over here. It's not associated with iced tea because does anyone ever make Rubios iced tea? You do, okay, yeah, one or two usually, but not many people, right? I love Rubios, by the way. I just don't make iced tea out of it. So that's a knowledge graph. Knowledge graph is where it knows what things are because they're nouns, most of them, and where the relationships are. So it actually came from network theory with humans. So like we're all in this room and we're all on Facebook together and we're connected. So there's relationships between us and you could assume our network. It's kind of what they do with the information. So basically in the older version, the words go in as Google takes your websites in and indexes everything. They get assigned a mathematical address. And then they similarly related words are close to each other, they're far apart. They're retrieved based on the best fit, and then there's interpretations. Does anyone know what Google uses to interpret? Schema. Why you want schema? And we'll talk about that later. Problem is, this is slow and inefficient. Google has trillions of queries, right? Billions of documents, and it's too resource intensive. Like they had to build a dam for one of their data centers because it was so much data they're running through that data center. So they had to find ways to be cheaper, to be honest. So language machine learning AI came in. By the way, is everyone still awake? If I lost anybody? Is everyone like, what? So, oh, I did it again. I hit this accidental button. Sorry, guys. So make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, does everyone know Bert? That Bert or the Bert? So this sounds like really bidirectional transfers. What does all that mean? I give you extra articles if you really want to geek out. You can go read. There's one that's awesome. It's like written by a layman. It's in the web archive. It got taken down, but it was a data scientist, machine learner, whatever you call them, that wrote it. It's really good, and it's in here. So BERT is a bidirectional encoder representation of transfer, blah, 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 blah. So originally, they could only do a sentence like you and I do, left to right. What words come after it? They couldn't guess what the words were. They had to know the sentence. They had to I remember doing sentence diagramming when you were a kid. Do they do that now? I'm too old. Okay, so they had to kind of, I'm being very layman with it, but they kind of did it that way. What this did is allowed them to look at the whole sentence completely separate for words. And they mask a word in there and they can guess it, right? And I'll show that in a second. So before, does everyone remember when for, to, and never mattered? Like you never put that in a title tag, right? Because, yeah, exactly. But now it does, because it has meaning. Now it has context because they can use BERT to process these sentences because they can take them out of the context of the sentence. Do you not have to read this? It says put this for everybody for later. That's the official Google definition, which is very long and lengthy. And this is the paper, if you want to read all about it right here. It's an awesome read. It's very simple. This is basically what it does. You can go forward and guess the sentence. You can go backward and guess the word in the sentence. So it's called masking. They mask a word, and so it can do that. It's bidirectional. And then it can also disambiguate every word in the sentence. So it gives Google a very big, wide range of ability to interpret what your content's about. So it also uses root words. So it doesn't use, I don't know if you noticed, but usually, like way back in the day, you had to optimize a page for plays, player, played, like you had to, playing, like it all had to be there, right? And it doesn't anymore because they'd use just root. Anyone confused? No? Okay, good. So this is really what it is. That's what BERT is. All that heady big stuff is just that. It can predict a word and it makes it super efficient because it can process really quickly and it uses way less resources. So it's way cheaper. It doesn't mean much to SEO. Do you guys care if Google masks or unmasks the word or how they interpret your sentence if it's just them disambiguating it? Well, that's a whole different thing. But just in this process, the pre-scoring, remember this is like just the language modeling before? The reason it was such big news is it took down literally the amount of resources they had to use by, I don't remember the factor, it was a tremendous amount of reduction. So in machine learning circles, this was like strings of things. It was like the biggest news ever because it was so much cheaper and they could process more and they could apply it more directly. It doesn't have a lot to do with what we do. It's just interpreting the language and it's before they score the page. This is a whole bunch of stuff you can read. So like I said, I hate when I go to a talk and I later want to look it up and I'm like, no idea what they're talking about. We're not talking about any of this right now, just letting you know it's there. So that's the original. And there are other language ones that are used. There's even a new way with BERT where they use something called Moose. And anyway, it's very complicated. If you go to those documents, you can start your deep dive tunnel, whatever we call it. What do we call it? You go down the tunnel, the dark tunnel. These are your post-scoring ad hoc algorithms. So these are the ones that most people don't know how they're applied. And that is, you have your score, they develop the search results from that, and then they create a final page based on the query. So by using these methods, they can determine whether the query is matching well or not. They can also do things like, if you write something about Marvel Comics, and you don't mention Marvel, but you mention all the characters, neural matching, they know it's Marvel. So you don't have to mention everything. So they'll understand. Have you gone to a page, you're like, that word's not on there? Like, why are they ranking for that term? Because it's not keyword-based anymore. It's query-based, it's semantic, it's knowledge graph, it's understanding what's on the page by what it's related to. By the way, you can always stop me for a question if you have any. So these are all added again afterwards, which means you cannot affect it. You can affect it when you write. You know, if you want to write about Marvel, add the characters, right? Because there's neural matching for wider search. But you can't change the final result. That is totally done by the AI. So this is called the document relevancy model. And basically all it means is ad hoc retrieval is just using the query and the text of the document. That's it. So your site gets a score for the page, pulled back, query comes in, and they go, oh wait, not quite accurate, so let's do another 10. Now it doesn't drop you to 100 or something, it just resorts a little bit to match it better. So just the query, just the text, nothing else. All the scoring's already been done, SEO's already been done. This is just them matching for query relevance. So you're only ranking with the document. And I have a research paper here if you want to read about it. Search Engine Journal also wrote an article about the neural matching. So, is everyone awake? It's like, I can never tell if like people are like, yeah, like I'm so bored. Anyway, so RankBrain. I actually discovered RankBrain before anybody knew about it. And I had an article sitting at Search Engine Journal, and Google made the announcement, and Danny Sullivan wrote the article, and mine went out 3 days later. And the way I discovered RankBrain, and we'll talk about it in a second, is we had a water drought. Anyone from California? Remember 2017-ish when we had you had the drought? Real bad drought, right? Well, in Nevada, we have the Colorado River issue with you guys, right? So I was looking at Mesquite Water Rights, which is a little town, and Nevada only has 2 towns, Reno and Vegas, and then everything else is tiny. And so there's Mesquite, and all of a sudden I'm looking for Mesquite Water Rights, and I'm getting Mesquite Water Authority, Mesquite Trees, Mesquite Barbecue Chips. I'm like, what? So then I do another small town in Nevada, same thing. I do Las Vegas, I get Las Vegas Water Rights, I get all that stuff. So I'm like, okay, it doesn't understand water rights because nobody looked for it, because that was just a new thing, right? That's what RankBrain is. One of the 3 known algorithms to work on the live results. This is all the information. It was launched when it was launched. It's not really used for ranking. That's kind of a misnomer. It's just that post ad hoc final rank that we're talking about. And these are just like the details. It's the kitchen sink result. Does everyone know what I'm talking about? You get that result and you're like, Mesquite Barbecue, Mesquite Chips, Mesquite Trees. What? Right? That's what RankBrain is. RankBrain is like, I don't know what you're looking for. I kind of think I do. So I'm going to give that as like the top 1 to 3 results. And the other results are going to be other things that could match your query. And over time, as you click them, and this doesn't get changed by you artificially using a script and clicking them all day long. That's not what it is. But you get the kitchen sink result. So this is for unknown queries or entity relationships are weak. Does anybody do a lot of informational search? Do you notice the search results are pretty bad? Because they're trying to get so specific in that knowledge graph that it doesn't know the relationships of new things you're looking at. Especially if it's like a new discovery or a new science or new news or something, then it's like those things have never been mentioned together before. So yeah, and you get these huge results. You're like, nothing I want is in this page. Right? That's why. So RankBrain means Google's confused. Google's like, not really sure. How can you use this in your results? Check before you decide on a logo, a brand, a key term, a page, that it doesn't show one of those results. Because you can't just take it over. It's done by machine learning and AI. It's not like the old days where you could just go, oh, let's take over that term. Now, you can also use it if you want to take that term is to write a lot of content and wait, and eventually they'll discover that you are it. It's not a fast process. So this is older, but I just love this result, especially because I was speaking in the UK and it really matters there. But what are sweets in the United States? We don't have a definition, right? Rob, you're in the UK. Sweets. Candy, right? Yeah. So in the UK, it's very defined. It's an entity in the UK. Candy. In the US, it's like, oh no, it's sweet stuff for your workouts. I only know what that is. Right? Some basket, chocolate dipped food delivery. Do you see anything here that says candy? No. Well, one at the top, candy company, right? But that's the name of the candy company that's making that rank, right? So RankBrain uses user queries and quicks to decide what that term means. It doesn't mean, again, you write a script and all of a sudden you're going to rank for that thing. Because I know people have done that for other things. So it means they're trying to understand the query intent. And so this is that result. A year later, this is this result. Now, this is in Las Vegas. We have a heavy UK population. So we have local, these are irrelevant, the yellow, but we start seeing how now it's bringing around a result that means it means candy. It doesn't mean sweet sweat and sweet doctor and all that stuff. And then geolocation matters. Because again, entity in the UK, a noun, that means candy is sweet, it's equal. It's very close in that database. It's like, oh, we're almost the same thing. In the US, it's like, we mean a bunch of different things. So when I was in the UK speaking, that's the one from the UK, right? Same time I did the second one for the US. So map, almost all about candy, nutrition, candy, right? Candy pictures. So it knows that entity and it's like, yeah, that's what I got, right? And that's RankBrain. So semantic relevancy, Sweets doesn't have a definitive entity in the US. And you can actually check this in those, a lot of people have NLP checkers for the knowledge graph now. You can check and see, is it an entity that Google understands? So they feed that data back in the machine, geolocation, clicks, all that kind of stuff, search queries, and eventually they go, oh, this is the result. This is what it means. This sweets mean candy. In the UK, it means candy. In the US, it's starting to mean candy. You can't optimize it for it. Don't try. But if you're coming up with one of those results, decide, do I want to stay with that term on my page? Am I optimizing for that term still? Or is there a better term? Because Google doesn't understand what it means. It means the knowledge graph isn't deciding that it has a good relationship. So it's really good to check before you do a page, does it have that kitchen sink result? Because you really don't want that. Because you guys saw how much that page changed over a year, right? So you spend all your time optimizing for it, and next year you're like, Google decided you're not even the entity that they like, and you're gone, right? So try to make sure that they understand what you're talking about. So there's a normal matching. I just thought that was cute. That's not Dali, it was just cute. So these are the post-scoring algorithms again. Neural matching is here, it's post-scoring, so it's not it's ranking, but it's after the scoring, so we don't affect it. And so can you optimize for it? Yes and no. So this is how neural matching is used. So RankBrain is about concepts. I have the concept of mesquite. I don't know what the details of that are. I don't know what's associated with that concept. So neural matching comes along and goes, hey, I know it goes with that. That's mesquite barbecue. And so then it becomes mesquite barbecue. So this is the example that they use. Does anyone do that color coding characteristics for personalities at work? It's like really popular right now. I haven't done it, but I just heard about it. So inside someone would Google how to manage a green, which is your color personality type for work. So in the old Google, it wouldn't have any idea what that meant, right? Because you couldn't optimize for it that way. So it's looking for management tips based on the popular guide, because now in the knowledge graph, it has associated those, and the machine learning understands this through the process of getting data fed back into it. This is just a geeky thing that explains the whole process. That's just a diagram. So it just connects see up there, connects the words to the concepts. So Marvel is like the subject, and all the characters are part of the concepts, or the storylines, or those kind of things. So this is neural matching. So why does my TV look strange? Does anyone ever have that soap opera effect? Don't get as much anymore, but do you remember when it first, it was so bad, right? So I'm watching this, like, I think I was watching the 300, and it looked like it was on a stage in a soap opera set. It was just horrible. Did it? Yeah. So Google knows that most people type in soap opera effect related to that query. That's what they click for. So over time, the neural matching knows, you can say, why does my TV look strange? And most people are going to be like, because my TV looks like a soap opera. Not that my TV has a cat on it or something, right? Mine usually does. My cat likes to sit on my TV. Well, in front of it. They're too thin. And then over here is super synonym. I can never say that word. Super synonyms. So this is where they understand that change means something different in every sentence. And that's because of BERT. Right? So these all work together. So again, that's why you may never see the word on the page, because they're matching the synonyms, or they're doing the neural matching where they know what it means, but the words aren't in the actual copy. It's really good to do an entity graph. You can there's a lot of tools that let you do that. You see what entities are related, so you're using the entities that Google knows, because the more they do machine learning, the more specific you have to be. So what's the difference? We just talked about this. RankBrain is just the concept. Neural matching is linking the words to the concept on the page, instead of writing dog 20 times or 100 times in white. So the helpful content update. Anyone get hit by that? There's not a lot. Did you? Yeah, it's not a lot of information from Google on the helpful content update yet. So I'm just going to tell you a little bit of my theory. It's all machine learning. So again, first ranking signal is machine learning. It was not an update. It's a ranking signal. So they rolled out a ranking signal. It's the first time they've ever done it that I can think of. Am I wrong? Anyone know of another machine learning ranking signal? So this is the scoring process. So we had pre-scoring and we have post-scoring. This is your actual page score, right? It seems to be, I just gave you all their details so you can read their information. It seems to be an extension of these algorithms. So it's not just about content being helpful, which we'll talk about in a second, but it's also, does anyone remember the original Penguin? Actually, I had a discussion, I think it was a Google engineer. He told me I was wrong. I was like, no, I'm not. And I got the Matt Cutts blog. He said, oh my gosh, you're right. So the original Penguin wasn't just about links. It was about all the web spam, over optimization. Looked at all of that and you would lose your site. And then over the time, it made mostly links. But so that version of Penguin, Panda is about low quality on the site, right? So it looks like they took a lot of this stuff and put it in there. It's not the only thing, but it's a live algorithm, machine learning algorithm. Another Dally one. It's an angry SEO. Doesn't look angry to me. I won't say what it looks like, but looks like he's doing like a duck lips picture or something. So it's not an update. It was not an update. It was an update just because it rolled out. It will update because like Penguin real time, which I don't think is gone. I just think this is a combination of all those to see if they can like get rid of the search engineers and do all that work and just do it with ML. But so it rolls out. It takes about 2 months to catch up. Anything Google does, like if you see an update, so on the core updates, I feel so sad. They're like, we're rolling out a core update tomorrow. And people are like, should I remove this content? Should I do this? I'm like, oh, that boat sailed 2-3 months ago. Do you remember how many queries does Google do? Trillions, right? So if they're doing an update, they've taken that data like months ago. Now they may be continually updating during the update, but so this is what happens on that. You also will experience a penalty. It's really manual action, but you'll devaluation for 1 to 2 months where they won't let you come back up. So they're like, nope, you got to hit, you're down for at least a month. You should be able to get back in 2 to 3 months if you fix what's wrong. And then it seems to target what we said, Panda and Penguin. Also, this is interesting. I don't have a definition yet. I just know John has said stuff. So people are like, I'm not getting my pages indexed. Has everyone seen that on Twitter? Like people are like, I have launched 1,000 pages and we've got like 2 index. And John's like, well, you can't just be good quality anymore. You can't just be technically right. You can't just have good content. It must be useful. He said that about 3 months before the helpful content update rolled out. We all know Google doesn't say things just to say them. John doesn't use words that Google doesn't approve. So my guess is he was kind of foreshadowing useful. So what do people think useful would be? But more than that, everyone, how many documents satisfy the query? Satisfy with something unique, right? Now, I'm not saying that you have to be like crazy, because there's also a thing about if you're too unique, you're not going to rank for it either. And you can't get it. Okay, I'm going to say this real quick, not to veer off, but featured snippets have a consensus factor that they use all this stuff to determine. That's not used anywhere else in search. They even say it on the page. But if you're trying to get featured snippets and you're like, people are like, tea is awesome with lemon. You're like, no, tea sucks, put in oil. You're never ranking because that's not what people talk about. But that's only in featured snippets. It's nowhere else. So is your content differentiating itself? Are you doing something extra? Because you search for a medical thing and like Healthline and WebMD and all of them have basically the same article, right? They just rewrote each other's or they got it from a physician content supply or something. So make sure you have a writer who's putting like some creativity into it.
On your third bullet, you say it takes 2 to 3 months to catch up.
Yeah.
Is that just what you've seen? Content?
No, that's what Google says.
Oh, okay. I know in the
Yeah.
past you've done you said you won't see updates until the next 4 hours.
They usually are that way. Core update's the only one that in the middle you might get a recovery. That's because it's core ranking factors and they're tweaking those all the time. But when it comes to this one, they actually say in the documentation that it could take you 2 to 3 months and you're definitely gonna be down for a month. You're like put in the timeout box like you're a hockey player and they like, ooh, you gotta go sit there for a little while.
Yeah.
But think about it. So many people are using basically the same content, just rewritten a little bit. Doesn't mean you have to be crazy cool, but what kind of content would mimic everybody else's content? AI content, right? So if you're putting some creativity, remember, AI can't be creative. If I sat here and I said to Janti, I'm going to make up a word. We're going to use fuzzy, buzzy, bunner, bunny. And you're like, what? When we decide what that means, we just created something. AI can't do that. AI can only take what it's trained on and reformulate it and regurgitate it. So it may look like it was written by a human, but it's using all the same things everybody else is. So you want to put unique. You want to have just good writers. You put a little unique twist on it. Right? These are all the documents you should read about the content update. I can't go over, I don't have that much time. There's so much to it because it's all about the technical, because it's Panda, Penguin, and all those mixed together, and that affects almost everything you do on your website. I do think, though, This is, I put in something about AI content and bots. It came back like a helpful content update. I put that in. I called it Bohotus. So maybe we should just change helpful content update to Bohotus. Yeah, I know. I hate how they name them now. If you're older, you know they used to give them fun, cool names, and now it's like helpful content update. So again, we just talked about that. AI can't create anything. It only can recognize patterns and repeat and regurgitate according to what it was trained on. See how I said? See, there's a hashtag. Let's change it. So now we get to mom. And yeah, I'll make it. Mom, multitask unified model. I just wish they'd name this stuff like those normal names, right? Have people encountered mom yet? Have you used mom, seen mom? You know you have, but you just don't know you have. Yeah, so they use it a lot in some of the off stuff, like not the search capacity. Again, for you guys for later, but basically it just means they can take all the media, all the text, interpret what it means, pull it all together and make a result. It also can write content. So I have a theory, and this is just my conspiracy theory for the day. You know how they keep changing our titles and descriptions? Because when they use mom to rewrite content, they can't take a title and description from the content. So they have to learn how to write them and what works. And that's why they test those things on your websites. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Because they do stupid things like change the pipe to a dash. Right? Have you guys seen that? That's very frustrating. So anyway, so all these modalities come together into learning models, and they can do sentiment analysis, although Google doesn't do sentiment analysis in search. 1,000 times more powerful than BERT. So it also saves them a lot of money because it's able to do things very quickly, and it's able to create full results. Now, this is why they don't deploy it everywhere in search. They have deployed it in search in some places. I'll show you one example. But because of bias. I remember the person that got fired for AI? That's his quote. Right? So AI has a lot of failings because it only can repeat, regurgitate, collect, recognize patterns on what it's trained on. And so it's very easy for AI to go, phew, Microsoft bot, Facebook hanging up on me, right? So they can't just roll it out everywhere in search because search affects people's lives tremendously, right? You look up a disease or finances or something and they use mom and it's all wrong. And then what happens, right? So they're trying to be very careful about doing that. Do everyone remember these throughout the pandemic? This is a mom result. Someone went around and it collected the statistical data, and now it's much more reduced, but back in the day it had mappings and all sorts of graphics, and that was all created by mom. So this wasn't anybody at Google that sat down and put this together like it used to be. Literally the mom took images, text, audio, video, put it all together for this COVID result. And you can see up here too, all that stuff. So all that's mom. So it shows you optimized for machine learning algorithms and ranking signals. AI is always changing. So some things, yes, like neural matching. Look up the knowledge graph, see if there's entities related to what you're trying to rank for. Put those things in the article if it works, don't force it. But if you're writing Marvel Comics and you want to also write about all the characters and you mention that stuff, then you're going to get more search results, more visibility in search. But generally speaking, like, don't go to a rank brain result and go, we're going to take this over, because it's going to change completely because it's all AI. So it's important to feed the machine learning the right signals and interpreters. Signals being like content entities, or interpreters being schema. Also, real quick to remind, people think Google uses NLP, natural language processing. It doesn't. That would be me saying, hey, Jonty, how are you today? What do you say? Yeah, did you have to interpret that in your head? My language? Right, because that's NLP. If Google did NLP, it would understand me as I speak to you, and it wouldn't need to interpret. It uses entities, machine learning, schema, because it needs to understand what it's about. So a recipe article, you know, your ingredients, your, I can't think of it, they're out of time, temperature. And then Google goes, schema says this is temperature, great. That's data I can just pull right back. It says this is the ingredient list, I can just pull it right back. So when you put schema on your site, it doesn't help you rank, but it helps the machine learning go, this is exactly what I'm looking at. So when someone searches for your site, Google's already determined it, didn't have to guess. Don't have to guess anything. So when you get everything right, you give the right signals, you know, it's like that. And when the AI gets it wrong, it's demon baby. This is a happy laughing baby, by the way, from that original picture. So This all sounds like, oh my gosh, what do I do? It's really easy. You write, you have good writers. Don't use AI because it just sucks. Google can identify it, by the way, but that's not why. Sorry. I gotta wrap up. Use natural conversational language. When I optimize somebody's writing, I don't tell them anything first except what the main keywords are. I let them write. Because then I can come back and I can optimize those things. So they're just little tweaks, right? If you tell a writer, you have to do this and structure it this way, the writer's gonna be like, okay, you're gonna get crap content, because writers don't write that way. That's not how their brains work. They get in a flow, they write something, then you come back and you can make it better. So that Google wants, the more it does this, is you need, I see this all the time now, it drives me crazy. Websites are all flat architectures. I do site auditing. I did like 4 site audits last month. Every single one, flat architecture. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because you're not telling Google what your topical hubs are. Now Google, we don't care the name of the URL. We only care in the link. And I'm like, John, but that's your URL. So if you care in the link, you must care in the URL too, right? Well, no, it's not the same thing. I'm like, John, it's the same thing. But anyway. So that's the breadth of content. Make sure you create holistic content. Google actually looks, if you have 100 pages and you have 1 page on coffee, you're not going to rank for coffee over the site that has 100 pages and 10 pages on coffee. So don't just put garbage on your site to try to rank. That doesn't work anymore. You want to put content that's related, but depth and breadth and specific. I can't say, cannot speak. My mouth is so dry. So you'll get like, the topical hubs? Do people do that? Know what that is? I know people call them silos, pillows, towers. Topical hubs is what I was brought up with. So like you'll be like coffees, and there'll be a main page about coffee, and then it'll be like coffees of the world and types of coffee, and then you have pages about that, and then you have subpages. And you don't want to go too deep, like 3 levels deep. If you're more than that, you need more content separation. But you want your pages to be very topically focused once they get past that top hub page. It's like, here I am, and Google's like, hey, this is about coffee. They write about coffee. Oh, they write about coffees of the world. Oh, and they have types of coffee. And they have types of coffee in America and the types of coffee in the UK. And then they know this is your topic, and they can tell by the linking inside the site that that's your topical relevancy. Don't do flat architecture. It's death for a site. So this is a little bit older, but it's candy results, so I just used it again. This is how you can tell a lot of times what Google's entities are, the related entities. When they put those buttons on top, those are their knowledge graph related entities. So if you don't have the tool, just go do a search. Schema, we talked about this. Sometimes I get ahead of myself. Does everyone use Schema? Yay! Usually, I used to when I asked, like before the pandemic, it's like 10 people. So this is like we said, the code that tells Google what that page is about. And again, I got ahead of myself. So if you don't use Schema, Google's got to guess. Was this recipe, is this about ingredients? I don't know. It looks like an ingredient list, but maybe it's not. If you say ingredients, it's like, that's ingredients. So it allows us to tell Google what our site's about, what our page is about. And so it acts as the interpreter to teach. And this is actually a big part of machine learning, is the interpreter. That's not me just saying interpreter. That's actually the term they use. Because it's machine learning, they have to be able to interpret. So do you stand out? I'm really almost done. So we give Google a clear understanding of what our pages mean. So you're happy. Last thing, well-formed text. This is Kurzweil. Does everyone know Kurzweil? It's one of his original documents about well-formed text. Don't write bad. Don't use a lot of conjunctions. Don't use, unless you're like scientific stuff or academic, that's different. Simple, 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 because I have to parse your sentences. The more complicated the sentences, the more difficult it is for them to understand what the sentences are about. You know what they love? Questions. You know how FAQs do so well? It's not just because Google likes FAQs. It's because machine learning can parse questions really easily. Who, where, when, why, how, right? Sentence structure is almost always the same. So if you do a question, and don't force a question, but if it works for that topic, question in your title, answer it right in your H1 and right below. Google's like, oh, I got a question, I got an answer. Awesome. I don't need to interpret anything. I got the question, I got the answer, and I can put it in a featured snippet, or I can put it in all those other organic placements. Sorry. So Google is an answer engine, but also partially because it's how it works. I'm big on process, right? If Google could do it another way, they probably would, but questions and answers are simple. Saves them money, saves them resources. So this is the real simple thing you need to do. Think intent, query, terms and context, and questions. This is how you write your content for machine learning. So all that stuff breaks down to this, right? So you want searching, thinking queries, not keywords. Write in natural conversational language, make it a little unique, be creative. Write holistically, so you want not just one page on something, you want a section on it if you want to rank for it. Focus on depth and breadth, and also specificity. Don't make your one page about 20 things. I see these now with the guides on the top, and they're like, we write about 20 things on one page. Don't do that. Google doesn't know what that page is about anymore, and it won't pull it back, right? You can do something where you can make it look like it's all the same page. There's a coding technique that Google has. News uses it a lot for articles to roll in after each other. They'll have their own URL. So the user thinks it's one page. So if you really want to present it that way, there's a way to do it, but don't make it all one page. Add your structured data and your well-formed text. Add questions when possible. When you get it right, this is what happens. This is DALL-E. I put in slow and efficient snail. It gave me a slow and efficient snail, right? Because that's exactly what the description probably is of, not efficient, but slow, of a snail. So it didn't change it. Machine learning is like, yeah, that's what you asked for. That's what I gave you. I didn't give you the thing I created. And remember this one, when I get it wrong, I get demon baby, right? So you don't want demon baby. So remember, they're prone to hallucinating. So that's it.
So unfortunately, because we started a little bit late, there are no time for questions.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
But
I didn't know because we started late.
but we can head over to the main room for Bill Hartzer's closing keynote.
If anyone's around tonight and you want to ask me questions, please stop me. That's fine too, no problem. Sure, of course.
I was talking to John about this, but I've been having fun with AI and content.
Yeah.
But in
No, it's, don't get me wrong. I only tell people not to use it because it's crap content usually. If you're doing it well, don't worry about it.
So I've been using this tool Jasper AI.
I've heard about that one.
It's